watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now along pit row ahead of the trucks race tonight. Daytona 500 weekend. It is speed weeks at the Daytona International Speedway, and a lot of excitement for what is in the books, what is planned. A lot of things going on. We know that fans are out there and they are ready and really excited for things that are going on at the track. Fox 35 News Plus is what you're watching. I'm Garrett Weimer, and we appreciate you joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We've got a lot going on for you. We are going to check in with team coverage we've got for you from the track here. We've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer out there. We've got Amy Kaufeld, Ryan Elijah out there. We're going to check in with all of them in just a little bit. We are also standing by for an update here shortly from the Claremont Police Department and Ocoee Police, giving an update on a cold case and making some announcements about that and what we know about that. So those are a couple of things. Let's see if I can pull up that feed for you. This is a cold case. We don't have any really details about that, and so we're waiting for some information about a victim who I believe has been identified, and so putting to providing some closure for family members in that. In fact, it looks like they are walking up to the podium right now in Claremont, getting ready for that news conference. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Our Chief John Grasick, he's going to do some introduction.
Good morning. My name is John Grasick, current Chief of the Claremont Police Department. I'm glad everybody was able to make it here today. I believe you'll see the collaborative efforts of the departments and the different agencies involved, and how we're able to bring at least some closure to this family by our efforts. In the room today, I have the Deputy City Manager, Dan Mathis, behind me. We have Chief Ogburn from the Ocoee Police Department, retired Detective Michelle Grogan, and then Captain Draper will be leading the ceremony, or the press conference for us today. I apologize. And I'll turn it back over to Malcolm Draper.
All right, so good morning. My name is Captain Malcolm Draper, and on behalf of Chief John Grasick, welcome to Claremont Police Department. I appreciate you joining us this morning. I'd like to take a moment and recognize the law enforcement partners again, Chief Ogburn of Ocoee Police Department, retired Detective Michelle Grogan, Claremont Police Department Deputy City Manager Dan Mathis, and Claremont Police Department Deputy Chief Michael McMaster. We are here to announce a significant development in a long-standing cold case investigation. As a veteran detective, I can tell you that this is the type of update every investigator hopes to one day deliver. Today we're announcing the identification of a previously recovered remains and the resolution of a case that remained unanswered for many years. This outcome reflects the coordinated efforts of multiple agencies and forensic partners. The original investigation conducted by the Claremont Police Department detectives in 2009 was thorough and methodical. The Ocoee Police Department provided critical investigative support. The medical examiner's office and forensic specialists applied advanced scientific techniques that ultimately led to identification. Most importantly, this brings long-awaited answers to the victim's family. Investigators began searching the area So roughly in 2009, our investigators made contact with city work crews. First off, I wanted to make sure like this here is a collaborative effort. This is a team effort between many different partners, Claremont Police Department and the Ocoee Police Department and the 5th and 24th Medical Examiner's Office. None of this takes place without teamwork and using advanced technology such as genealogy and DNA analysis to really provide closure. This is an example of law enforcement, really going back on their partnerships and using advances in technology to work cases and provide that closure to the family. Roughly in 2009, our city work crew came across some what appeared to be human remains. They were clearing off a newly acquired piece of land for a new park, and that is what is now Lake Hiawatha Preserve. That's at 450 12th Street here in Claremont. They discovered what appeared to be teeth and some bone fragments. They immediately contacted the Claremont Police Department. Investigators promptly responded, and the Claremont Police Department and the City of Claremont devoted immediately personnel to 24/7 security to preserve the scene and to contain the investigative area. From then on, our detectives, investigators, they searched the area. They brought many different partners involved, Lake County Sheriff's Office for our cadaver searches. Our detectives even constructed new equipment, sifters, to go through the area. They made contact with the University of Florida as well as University of Central Florida, their anthropology division, to really confirm what they were looking at was human remains or not. With that partnership, we were able to get a team of individuals from those two schools to come and help us comb the area. Ultimately, approximately 27 teeth were discovered, bone fragments, as well as some clothing, and ultimately we found what appeared to be a spent bullet. With this information, our Claremont investigators sent out a teletype to surrounding agencies, notifying them of the discovery of human remains just in case they had any cases that might match. Through investigative efforts studying these bone fragments, we attempted to identify those bone fragments at that time in 2009. More specifically, it was Bode Technology, which at that time was a Department of Justice partnership for analysis. Fortunately, the case went the case went cold during that time, along with some periodic case review, follow-up any tips may have come from that time until the present. Exciting news part. Fast forward to June of 2025, our Claremont Police Department evidence team was contacted by the medical examiner's office. They had the opportunity with advanced technology and some grant opportunities. They asked us to submit some of the bones for analysis. More specifically, it was DNA genealogy analysis. That is through a company called Othram. I anticipate maybe a question of what DNA genealogy, so this is strictly from their website. Genetic genealogy combines DNA testing with traditional record-based research to determine biologic relationships, map ancestral origins, and build family trees. By analyzing shared DNA segments, it identifies matches in database, often tracing ancestry back through many generations. June 2025, we provided the bones. Medical examiners picked up the bones. And then fast forward again to December 29th of 2025, we were notified by the medical examiner's office that the remains were identified by Othram as Ernest Joe Manzanares. At that time, Claremont Police Department investigators made contact with the Ocoee Police Department, as Mr. Manzanares had been entered by that agency as a missing person. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to retired Detective Michelle Grogan from the Ocoee Police Department for anything further on her end.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I started my career with the Ocoee Police Department in 2003, and throughout my time as a detective, missing persons cases have always been close to my heart. When I became a detective, I asked to work missing persons cases, even after I retired in 2023. I came back as a volunteer to focus specifically on our cold cases. Ernest Manzanares case from July 1988 was our oldest missing persons case. Ernest left his family's home one night and never returned. His family has lived for nearly 4 decades without answers. They didn't know where he was, what happened to him, or if they would ever see him again. In January of this year, we were notified that skeletal remains recovered in Claremont were a potential match for Ernest's case. Throughout advanced forensic DNA testing, the match was confirmed. We are especially grateful to NAMIS, OTHRAM, and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's FIG grant program for this critical support in confirming this identification. On February 6th, we received confirmation that the remains were Ernest Joe Manzanier's. Making the call to Ernest's daughter Christina was bittersweet. She was grateful to finally have answers and to bring her father home. But like any child, she had always held on to hope that her dad might walk back into her life one day. After 38 years, Ernest's family now has certainty. They can lay him to rest with dignity. I want to thank the Claremont Police Department, the Lake County Medical Examiner's Office, FDLE, NAMIS, and OTHRAM. Today is about the Manzanier's family, and it's about never giving up on a missing persons case, no matter how much time has passed. Thank you.
Yeah. I think at this time we'll field any questions that y'all have.
I'm curious, it says he left home and was never seen again. I mean, what more did the family know? I mean, they just...
I spoke to his mother early on in my investigation, and she recounted that the family was experiencing domestic violence. And Ernest drove in his 1976 Monte Carlo from Colorado to Ocoee, Florida, to live with the family. He convinced the father to move out and move in with an uncle. And Ernest later got word that the uncle and the father, who were part of a 1% motorcycle gang, were going to sell his sister and his niece into this 1% motorcycle gang. Ernest left that night from Ocoee, Florida, in his 1976 red Monte Carlo with his keys. He didn't take his wallet, he didn't take a jacket, he didn't take anything else. He told his mother that he would be back that night because he was actually looking forward to a dental appointment the next day. He had 4 impacted wisdom teeth. He said he was going to his uncle's house to confront his father and his uncle about selling his sister and his niece. And he was never seen again. And nor has his car been found.
So selling, I mean, I hate to ask you to be graphic, but selling his sister and niece, what do you mean?
I would think this day and age you would call it human trafficking.
Where are
And
his father and uncle now?
they are deceased.
Had investigators talked to them at the time?
They were, no, not in 1988.
They weren't considered.
And the mother did not share this story until I spoke to her in 2022. That was not in the original report. There had been some family goings on, and she wanted to clear the air.
I'm sorry to keep bringing it up.
It's okay.
I'm trying to get this straight.
It's okay.
Our victim had a father and an uncle.
Yes.
And they were in a motorcycle
Yes.
gang.
Mm-hmm.
And so they had told everyone they were going to sell. I mean, his father
Yes.
was going to sell his daughter
Yes.
and his niece
Yes.
to this motorcycle gang.
Yes. And they were 7 and 8 years old.
Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Ernest was he must have been out of his mind.
Absolutely. That's what his mother said. He's the oldest, and he was the protector of the family. And I also think that it should be noted that they are Native American. They are of the Navajo tribe.
is there, can you shed any light on why the uncle and the father wanted to do that? Sell,
They were involved in criminal activity. You know, what you would think of a motorcycle gang, prostitution, drugs, you know, whatever.
So they were members of the gang?
Yes.
so I'm gonna ask you, Michelle, as you stand there,
Yeah.
does this blow your mind?
It does, but being a police officer for 20-something years, I've seen it.
But I'm asking you as a
Yeah.
woman.
Oh, absolutely.
And probably a mother.
A mother, now a grandmother. Yes, very proud. Yes, as a mother and a grandmother, 2 daughters, 2 granddaughters. Yes, absolutely. As my daughter said, I would burn down the world for them. You know,
But to think this was the plan, just what do you think?
maybe there was pressure for, I don't know. You know, I can suppose all day long, but I don't really know the end answer of that. I do believe that there might be family members out there who could hold that answer. So we're hoping through this press conference that family members might come forward and give us the remaining pieces of the story.
What's your level of certainty that his father and uncle had something to do with his death?
It's just the recount from the mother. And, you know, timeline kind of makes sense. But like anything, you know, you work backwards.
I mean, would they be considered persons of interest now?
I think it would be too early in the investigation to call them persons of interest.
How did they die?
The father in a horrible car accident, and the uncle, I believe it was medical.
Trying to understand the timeline. At what point did the case go cold? And so it was 2009 when the remains were found.
Yes.
When?
Can
how did
I
that-
answer?
Yeah.
At this point in time, this was a 1988 missing persons case from Ocoee. We have no indication to believe that any other thing happened in Ocoee other than a missing person. Any other part of the investigation, it didn't take place. We have no indication. So to answer those questions, we don't know. What I just want to step up and say is I appreciate the efforts that retired Detective Grogan, along with these other entities that y'all have heard today, the Claremont Police Department, the collaboration that we all made, because we know the technology was not of then as it is of now. So we are glad that we were able to bring some type of closure to this family, at least to know where he is. Unfortunately, he's not with us anymore, but we're just glad in the efforts to bring some type of closure.
How old was his daughter when he went missing?
2. And he also has a son.
So do we assume then that there's a bullet, because there's a bullet casing found, that he was shot to death?
We don't have the answer to that.
No.
Not all of his remains were recovered.
Michelle, did you say, but he went missing, he was reported missing in
July 28th, 1988.
1988? And then these remains are found in 2009?
Yes,
And then his remains are identified late last year?
yes.
How did the family react when he was identified?
I've been in contact with Christina, his daughter, for years. We've been collaborating together. She has posted on missing persons sites, and she hoped that this day would come. So I had to call her when we suspected that it was Ernest, because we had to have Othram send a buccal kit directly to her, and she had to send it back to them. So she knew approximately 3 weeks before he was identified that something was in the process.
What did you say that was called? A bugle kit? And what?
A
can you
buccal,
explain
it's a
that?
buccal swab, just
Oh,
when they,
okay.
yes, yeah. But it basically collected her DNA, and it went back to, the medical examiner sent 2009 remains and her buccal swab, and it came back as a 1-to-1, 100% match. And it actually came back as father and daughter, which Othram said they have never seen that high of a match before.
How old was Ernest when he went missing?
23. Mm-hmm.
And when you said, you know, he left his family to, and they thought he was going to come back. Yes. Who was the family in the house he left? Who did he leave behind?
It was his mother, his sister, 2 brothers, and then his daughter and his son. And then there were ex-wives and other relatives.
Did his family during all this time, what did they believe had happened to him? Did they believe he just run off?
His daughter and son believed that he left and didn't want to be their father anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, they lived with that for almost 38 years. Thought that he went back to Colorado, but he was this close all this time.
And you had mentioned this was Ocoee's oldest missing person case?
Yes.
So what does it mean for you to bring closure to that finally?
It's amazing. It is amazing. When I called her, she was actually she lives in Texas. They were at their local DMV, and she had to get her husband out of line, and they went outside in the parking lot. And I knew it was going to be emotional, so I had our victim's advocate there with us. And Christina cried, I cried, the victim's advocate cried. I mean, it was bittersweet, again, because she always held out hope that her dad would walk into her life, but it also was some kind of answer for the family.
Still some questions, still some heartbreak and sadness from that story out of Ocoee. A missing persons case from 1988, remains found in 2009 that have now, after years, been identified. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Live look right now, Daytona International Speedway, the world center of racing. We are so excited for this weekend and everything that is going on. Speed Weeks underway and a busy day at the track going on today. We are continuing our team coverage live from Daytona this morning. We are pleased to be joined by Fox 35 anchors Ryan Elijah and Amy Caulfield joining us live right now from the track. And what a fun morning out there, guys.
Garrett, good to see you, my friend. Friday's one of my favorite mornings because it gets so busy Sunday, and we'll get there later today, but not right now.
Yeah, absolutely. We like to say Sunday is controlled chaos, right? And it really is. But yeah, quite literally everyone is here. But today, as you mentioned, a little quieter, minus a couple of things. The NASCAR driving experience, which has been very loud all morning, and it's fun to see. People get to experience the track. And number two, the Thunderbirds have been practicing.
Yeah, they practiced the whole time. And Garrett, back in the day, it would be quiet at the track. These are now, the NASCAR driving experience has gotten more and more popular. They do this for a number of days, and they do it for hours, right up until they have the actual practice sessions. And, we've got the truck race tonight. We've got 2 races tomorrow, and, of course, the Daytona 500. And the fan watch is one of my favorites because they haven't opened the gates yet. So most of the people here, usually the teams, the families, but once they open the gates, then you see fans literally from all over the world. I think Frank said, 49 or all
40
50
countries.
states?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. We also, there's a lot of star power out here, Garrett. I know you've heard about this. We've got Miranda Lambert. She's doing the pre-race concert on Sunday. Nate Bargatze, who is, I think, one of the funniest comedians out there. I love that guy. Bert Kreischer was actually here with us
He was
earlier.
a hit.
He's also very funny. He's going to be doing that show at the Ocean Center Saturday night. Kurt Russell. I love Kurt Russell. I know it's old school, but Overboard, one of my favorite movies.
Mine too.
Kurt
It's a great
Russell
movie.
and Goldie Hawn. I love that movie. So funny. So Kurt Russell will be here. We still don't know, I don't think, who's waving the flag, right? Will we find out?
We're going to find that out,
Okay,
yeah.
okay.
In one of our more interesting interviews today was Sheriff Mike Chitwood. When he talked about there's 150,000 fans here. We know that's a massive event. The president's not here this year. That took it to another level last year. But that said, almost every government agency, including the Secret Service and drones, are here. I mean, he talked about snipers, and this level of security here is beyond, I think, the average fan would understand.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's important for fans because you want to come here and feel safe and know that there are people here who are ready to keep you safe.
Yeah.
We talked about almost every sheriff's office within probably a 100-mile radius is going to have deputies here, right? It's not just the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. They contract out with other places because they still have to, keep the people of the community safe. Too.
And I've long said, remember back in the days after 9/11, there was so much of a threat to all these major events. I said a NASCAR event would probably be the last place you'd want to try something.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
they're just fans here that pay attention. They're red-blooded Americans that would probably jump in pretty fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. That's one of those red-blooded Americans, Bert Kreischer, who who we saw. He is competing for, I think, for Ultimate Florida Man. Funny guy. But yeah, we had a lot of fun this morning. The weather. Oh my gosh, can we talk about the weather?
I think
Ryan?
it warmed up 15 or 20 degrees from this morning.
It's picture perfect, beautiful out here right now. There's a nice breeze off the water that you can feel. The sun is shining. I don't think, is there a cloud in the sky? Do you
I
see
have
one?
not seen one at
No,
this
not
point.
one cloud. Okay,
Garrett,
so
we got to ask, have you been out to the track yet?
So I have not. I'm missing out. It looks so. I've driven by it a million times. I've never been
It's
inside.
gotta be on your list. And even driving by it, I think is awesome because you don't realize. Were you in awe, Garrett, when you saw it from outside? Because I think most people, for the first time, they're amazed how big this
The
complex
scale,
is.
yeah, it is huge.
Yeah.
You just don't get a good, picture of that on TV. It just doesn't do it justice.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. So, all right, so Garrett's wife's name is Amy, so not to cause any confusion. Grab Amy. Come down here tomorrow. It's your day off. No excuses. It's going to be the perfect day. Tickets are still available for tomorrow. Yes.
And just to give you a sense how big this place is, Lake Lloyd runs from here all the way to there, just to give you a scale. You could be here an entire race day and not see that lake.
Yeah.
Unless you're up top or you've got the drone or something, or you're watching Good Day Orlando, you would never see it because the infield is that big.
Yeah, it is really pretty astronomical about how big this place is. And if you just to give you a little perspective too, just like looking around. I mean, one of the things that people don't realize about this track, which Ryan and I find out every year that we walk out onto the track to either sign it at the starting line or drive on the track, is how steep it is. They call them banks, right? The banking of the track. And one of the things that we learned when we came out to drive the track a couple of years ago is that they tell you to not slow down in the turn. Well, why is that important? Because the turns have the highest degree of angle or bank on them, and if you slow down in the turn, you could quite literally slide off the track. They scare the living daylights out of you when they tell you that,
They
right?
did. There's two amazing things. We both drove, and that's the NASCAR driving experience. It's an incredible experience, but you also have to pay for that. I would recommend this to any fan. NASCAR Foundation is here locally, and the first time I ever was on the track, at least outside of my job, for $50, I think it was at the time, you can drive your own car around the track. I would recommend that for anyone. Not only do you support a great foundation, but there's nothing like being with your family in your car driving around the oval. Now, I will say this, you're not going 150 miles an hour. They limit you to about 80, but it's incredible.
80? They let you go that fast?
All right, so we went 80.
Oh,
Maybe it was 65.
That's pretty
yeah.
impressive. Now, if that's not your speed, you can come out and do the tram tour, and
Yes.
that's another great thing.
Great advice.
And, I think Stephanie got to do that, Stephanie Rivas, and so we'll have a report from her throughout the weekend showing you what that's like. But that's a great experience, and then you have somebody there to kind of talk to you about the history of NASCAR. We're actually going to have another great guest with us on Sunday. His name is Ben Kennedy. Ben Kennedy is the great grandson of Bill France, who of course founded NASCAR right here in the heart of Daytona Beach back in the 1940s. And we lost her last year, but Juanita Lightning Epstein, she was an institution here at Daytona International Speedway, worked here until she was 100 years old in the ticket office, had never actually watched a race. They made her at one point come out of the ticket office and go up into the over where the finish line is, and made her actually watch part of the race. And she said she stayed for about 30 minutes, and she's like, I got to get back to the tickets office. They need me in there. And so, I mean, it truly is woven into the fabric of this community.
Yeah, and there's so much history here. Having covered this race for 20 years, going back to my days in Jacksonville, this is now a stadium where it is the prime stadium in all of auto sports racing. And if you look in Times Square this week, I think it showed where NASCAR is going. They put up what is the world's loudest billboard. In fact, there's a plaque inside the media center saying they set a Guinness Book of World Records, and they were trying to attract a different crowd. And I think you see that on Sunday, a little more diverse crowd than you saw 10 years ago, because they understand they have to change and make sure that NASCAR remains where it's at.
Yeah, you just reminded me of something.
What's
if
that?
you are coming out here to do any of the racing, bring your ear protection.
Oh,
and you will
goodness,
see that, right? People will have headsets on, not only for ear protection, but also a lot of times they like to listen to the communication of their favorite driver. So you can actually have your headset so that you are able to listen to the spotter and to your driver and hear that communication. But it is great ear protection, especially if you have little ones and you're bringing them. You want to put in the little earplugs and then maybe a headset too.
My favorite part of race day on Sunday, there's a lot of special parts, Garrett. It's standing right here. We're on top of the garages right now. This is part of making this Daytona International Speedway into a stadium. When you stand here, the start-finish line is right here, and when you watch 40 cars come around here, everybody, 150,000 people are standing, and you hear 40 engines roaring. There is nothing like it.
Yeah, it's one of those things too. I think until you see it in person
and hear it,
yes, you don't truly
and feel this place shake a little
yes,
bit.
You don't really. It's kind of like the first time you go out and watch a rocket launch in person.
Right.
You don't really appreciate it until you actually experience it and see it in person. And I think that for me, the first time that I experienced NASCAR racing was in Bristol Motor Speedway, and it's a much smaller track. They call it the world's fastest half-mile oval. This is a much bigger track. This is what's considered a super speedway. But until you see it, you don't truly appreciate it, and you don't really respect what these drivers do. Going nearly 200 miles an hour and quite literally trying not to hit each other. I know everybody thinks that it's intentional when they crash. It is. Trust me, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
And Garrett, obviously, that's all the racing side of things. You can't really put a measure, although they do, on the economic impact of this race, not just on the Daytona Beach, Volusia County area, but all throughout Central Florida. This is easily the biggest sporting event that you see when you see the amount of people that come in. It used to be 2 weeks. Now it's 1 week. It still doesn't take away from tens of millions of dollars come into this community, whether it's cars, whether it's restaurants, hotels that we see come into this community.
Yeah, no, you bring up a good point, Ryan. This is the most economically stimulating event in all of Central Florida, maybe in the whole state.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to hear that. So, yeah, it is pretty impressive what they do. It is the Super Bowl of racing.
Have we encouraged you to come out yet, Garrett? Was that enough?
Oh, my gosh. You guys have fired me up. I am ready to go. I'd run through a brick wall right now to get there.
And this woman's NASCAR knowledge, she'll just drop it out of nowhere. Like she knows who finished third back in 2019. It's always impressive.
Well, I love that he said the brick wall, because the other race that you got to do
the brick yard
is the brick yard.
The brick
yes,
yard.
And I mean, I think Ryan's from Indiana, so he knows how spectacular that race is, the Indy 500. And it's interesting too. There's some crossover. There are some NASCAR drivers and vice versa, some IndyCar drivers who do both racing. Very different types of racing, right? You have the the race cars for Indy, open air, right? I once got to see Bobby Rahal compete, and they have to have little feet because the pedals are
they're
so,
both shrines.
Yes.
I mean, there's something about the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and Daytona International. The biggest difference, having grown up covering that race and being here, is you can sit in the crowd here and you can see cars go all the way around, which you cannot do at Indianapolis. Now, it's not easy here to see over there in turn 2 or turn 4, but it's something you can watch. And they've now gotten rid of the back straightaway. Remember back in the day, we had this huge back straightaway, and they've now moved all the seating in behind us.
Yeah. It's truly something to see, Garrett. And I got to tell you, I think the accessibility of the drivers, of getting to know
They're very
them.
down to earth.
They are very down to earth. You can meet their crews. You can watch the mechanics in the garage. You can, shake their hand. You can get an autograph or a picture. And there's really, I don't think any other sport that provides that accessibility like NASCAR.
Yeah, and I'll finish with this because I know a lot of people are interested in the celebrities that come here, and we've seen this a lot of years. You will see 4 or 5 RVs parked there, and on the front of we'll say Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, of course, last year. They have their own RV. They can be in there as much or as little as they want. They pretty much protect them from large amounts of crowd, but they're here, and that's always part of the festivities on Sunday.
Yeah, it's so much fun, Garrett. So we hope you get a chance to come down, even if you just come in for a couple of hours tonight, tomorrow night, just to experience it. I'm telling you, it'll absolutely blow you away. And listen, I've seen Garrett. He and his wife go to everything.
Right.
They're at the soccer games. They're at the football games. I know you guys are sporty people. Your wife coaches softball, so I know you're sporty people. Add this one to your list, Garrett. I promise you won't regret it.
And Garrett, if you can't make it, Sunday at 7, we'll start here on Good Day Orlando. We'll be here at 9.
Yes.
We've got in the 8 o'clock hour, though, Jimmy Johnson, one of the best drivers that this track has seen, is going to join us live.
Yeah, I think that's at 8:10, 8:15, something like that on Sunday morning. So stick around for that. And we've got a great show planned for Sunday, too. Usually Friday is our day we really fill up with great drivers just because, it's easier for them to get here. But Sunday is also going to be terrific.
Yep.
Can't
live at the track. This is my 20th race. So you've got how many now?
This would be year 22 for me.
22?
Yeah, 22.
Wow.
Hard to believe.
That's great. What a fun day out there.
She's only 34, Garrett.
I know.
She started covering this race in junior high.
Even more impressive. Exactly. Well, what a special event.
Oh, Garrett.
Yeah.
Garrett, one more thing we have to tell you. Are you
Yes.
still there?
I'm still here.
Did you see that we interviewed another Garrett today?
I did not see that. I missed it.
Oh, Garrett. Your other Garrett. His name is Garrett Mitchell, but you might know him better as Cletus McFarland. So this guy has a following on YouTube.
Yes.
4.6 million followers. He's doing his first truck race tonight, right?
That was before our interview. He might be at 5 million now.
He probably is.
Truck race tonight.
Garrett, I got to tell you, he could be your brother from another mother.
Well, that Garrett definitely has more followers than I do. I can tell you that.
Yeah, and Garrett, can I add on to that? One of my most nervous moments of my entire life was a few years ago when Amy went out on the track. When we came here, we thought we were just going to ride in a pace car, which we've done before. Yeah. We were behind the wheel with no one else in the car. A spotter up top kind of talking us through it. And she did great. She got through and got, 150 miles an hour?
Almost 150.
Yeah.
I think I got up to maybe 147,
She
140,
will.
something like that.
Make those palms sweat a little bit.
I like to call that experience a one and done.
Yeah, we were all nervous, but it was fun. So, yeah, it's a great event, and it is really special, whether you're a race fan or not, for Central Florida.
All right, Ryan Elijah, Amy Caulfield, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. Glad you're having fun out there and enjoying it. Certainly a special weekend on tap. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you another live look right now at the World Center of Racing Daytona International Speedway. We are counting down to the green flag of the Daytona 500 on Sunday. The trucks race and other events going on this weekend. Trucks race tonight, and we are just hoping that the weather cooperates on Sunday. We know things are looking great out there right now, not a cloud in the sky. Let's check in with the Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, who's also joining us live now from Daytona right now. And TJ, what a beautiful day out there right now.
Hey, Garrett. Yeah, it's been beautiful. I have to say, though, man, I had the gloves on this morning and the fleece. It was a little cold, a little colder than I was anticipating the feeling when we got out of the car at around 6 this morning.
So, TJ, I'm not going to lie. I saw you all bundled up out there, and I didn't know if you were just, overreacting or if it actually felt that chilly.
Leave it to me to overreact. That's something I would definitely do. But it was chilly, Garrett. It really was. But thankfully, the sun, it is out in full force, and in the sun, it feels great.
Yeah, a beautiful day out there. Now, talk us through what we can expect. We know the trucks race going to get started later tonight. What are things looking like for that?
Honestly, Garrett, I think tonight for the Fresh from Florida 250, as you mentioned, the Craftsman Truck Series, that looks really great. I would say probably a good idea, though. Temperatures with the clear sky and the breeze lightening up should be able to fall back into the lower 60s and eventually upper 50s through the race. So probably smart to grab a fleece or a sweatshirt, maybe even wear the pants versus the shorts if anyone brought both. But tomorrow into Sunday, as we get closer to the 500, temperatures do start to rebound ahead of that storm system, the one that we've all been watching really closely, of course, for the race on Sunday.
Yeah, let's talk about the race on Sunday and how the forecast is looking, because we've been talking all week long about the chance for some rain. I think everybody is just groaning when they hear that, especially after the last 2 years.
Yes, I know. We've had a rough 2-year stretch of weather conditions for the 500. Tomorrow, for the ARCA Menard Series and the O'Reilly Auto Parts Series, those races look great. We'll have temperatures back into the lower 70s. But on Sunday, with this storm system, highs actually, despite the clouds, should be able to get back into the mid to upper 70s. But the question mark is, as this potent storm system starts to move in, could we start to see some stray showers, a hit or miss shower or two, the closer we get to race time and beyond? There's a lower chance, but I would say it's not completely zero. With the wind kind of coming together the way that it is ahead of this system, we'll have a little more moisture in the air, and that may lead to that spotty shower threat. But chances for the heavier rains certainly look higher post-race if it were to go off without any issues into Sunday night, early Monday, and then Monday as a whole looks unsettled and wet. But that would be the best-case scenario. And I don't know if organizers, I was talking to a gentleman earlier, Gary, he's like, maybe they would push the race forward an hour, because that would help. I think even if, say, they got a lot of the interviews and everything dealing with the drivers sooner rather than later, if they could do that, that would be awesome. But I don't know if that's something that they've considered. But either way, hopefully no issues as we get closer to 2:30. And if we can get 3.5 hour race in, it'd be great.
Yeah, that would be great. We're hoping everything cooperates because we know most of the weekend is going to be just absolutely beautiful. TJ, before I let you go, just talk to me about what it's like out there, being out there right now on this Friday morning.
I tell you what, it's always like eerily calm, Garrett, when you get in so early. You see a couple of security officers, you see a couple people. I saw someone running around the infield this morning, and it was just so calm, and it was quiet. But now you're starting to get some of the party vibes now. We have some AC/DC. Is that AC/DC, right? Yeah, AC/DC playing right now. And a lot more fans coming out now. I was talking to a couple different people that have stopped by to say hello. And, the Thunder Truck, Garrett, it's hard to miss. I feel like that's like an attraction in and of itself. People have stopped and taken photos and asked about it. So it's been cool. I think, at least from what I can see here in this part of the infield, A lot of the food stands are open. You know, I always say it's 5 o'clock somewhere, and I've seen a lot of people enjoying some adult beverages, getting the party started early, which is great, and I'm sure it's only going to increase those party vibes as we progress through the rest of our Friday and into the weekend.
Oh, there is no doubt about that. We know the crowd brings the energy there at Daytona International Speedway. TJ, just you're saying it's 5 o'clock somewhere. Just make sure you clock out first, okay?
Yeah, will do. Yes.
Yeah, we don't want you getting in any trouble out there. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, we appreciate you joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
Fox 35's Marley Capper has also been out there talking about some of the things that are going on for fans at the track this weekend. She checked in with us just a little bit ago.
Good morning, everybody. One of my favorite parts of the Daytona 500 is meeting people from all over the country and seeing the same faces year after year. One of them is John. How are you doing this morning?
I'm pretty good.
It is so good to see you. Everybody knows you. You guys take very good care of us and everyone here at the security gate. And of course, you have your flag and you are always decked out. What's your favorite flag?
The checker.
The checkered flag. Can you tell me the proper way to wave the flag? Because there is a proper way.
Yes, you do. I get it by the end of the handle here and I just wave it like this.
Side to side, right? Not up and down?
Yep. Well, this one you go side to side, but most of the flags is up and down.
There we go. All right, thank you so much. We're going to talk to some people who are here for the NASCAR racing experience. We have a group from Boston. Okay, remind me your name.
Ralph.
What's your name? Allie. Allie, Ralph?
Chris.
Chris?
CJ.
CJ. Okay, where are you guys from?
Boston, Massachusetts.
So, are you guys excited to see what's called the sun?
We're very, very excited for that, finally.
How cold was it when you left?
I think it was about 17 degrees when we left.
17 degrees, and it's like negative what now?
-5 with the wind chill.
Wow. Okay, and you guys just did the racing experience. How was it?
It's unbelievable. You just can't describe how great it is. That's just everything.
It's amazing. So you rode in the car with a pro. What was that like?
It was just crazy. We were going so fast.
Were you just like stunned?
Yeah, I didn't even know what to do.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, how about you, CJ? How was the driving for you?
It was pretty cool. I thought I had a brake on my side. I was pressing it, trying. It was pretty cool.
So they were going too fast, and you were like, slow down, slow down. Okay, how about you?
I rode once before, and it's just an amazing experience. Absolutely amazing.
To die for of an experience. Okay, do you have a favorite part?
Just driving.
Do you like the turns?
The banks, the straightaway, everything. It's just awesome. Nothing's better than Daytona.
And what made you guys want to do it so early? Like, you guys woke up early before the sun came out to get here to the experience.
Because the slow people sleep in.
There we go. The slow drivers sleep in. Wow, 158.39. That is a great top speed. Well, thank you guys so much for talking with us this morning. We appreciate you guys. Hope you have so much fun. Is this your guys' first Daytona 500?
No, this is my 10th.
10th? Okay, so why do you keep coming back?
Daytona baby.
Daytona baby. And you're first. Yeah. Has it like met expectations so far?
It's like a dream. This place is crazy.
Oh my God, I love it. Okay, so we have some firsts here. We have some 10-year returners for the Daytona 500. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Love the fans, love hearing the stories, seeing where they're from, and they're just excited that it's warm out here. For now, so thanks back to you guys.
So a lot of excitement about that. What do you think is the best part of Daytona 500 weekend? Is it the race itself? Is it the drama? Is it the concerts or the party? Let us know. We want you to tell us. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or pull out your phone, scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to take a break. We'll check in on this poll question coming up again in just a little bit. So keep it right here. We've got more to come on Fox Local and YouTube.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Friday morning, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Not only is it Daytona 500 weekend, it is Valentine's Day weekend. A lot of fun things going on. It's time for our community crossroads, where we check in and let you know some of the things that you might want to check out this weekend. So we're going to bring in Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley, our friends from U Nation. Always good talking with y'all. How are you doing on this Friday as we get ready for a big weekend here in Central Florida?
Hey, Garrett. It is a wild weekend here in Central Florida between Daytona 500 and all of the Valentine's Day events. It's really a jam-packed weekend full of just really, really great stuff to do that we can't wait to share with you.
All right, let's jump right in then. Where do we want to start today?
Sarah?
We can start with the Lazy Lovers Milk Mart if you would like.
Yes,
so this is
let's
a
do
free market. It's happening after Valentine's Day, so if you didn't want to do anything on Valentine's Day or you're not able to get reservations since everything does fill up, you can always head to this market on Sunday. It starts at 12 p.m., goes till 6 p.m. It is an outdoor market at the Milk Mart in the Milk District. There's going to be a lot of different Valentine's vendors and creatives, handmade goods, art, vintage finds. Last year there were goats that you could pet. There's going to be great food and drinks, sweet treats. Inside the Milk Mart they do have a coffee shop. There's going to be live music, and it's just going to be a great time. This is family friendly and pet friendly. So if you're looking for those little Valentine's gifts, or you're looking for something pink or red, they're going to have you covered here.
All right, looks like a good time and good vibes.
Definitely a good time.
All right. Also, Valentine's date night at Southern Hills Farm going on tonight. Ashley, what can you tell us about that?
Yes, Southern Hills Farms is honestly one of my favorite little hidden gem romantic spots, hidden right in Claremont. So it's a little bit of a drive outside of Orlando, but trust me, it is worth the experience. And tonight only, they still have tickets, guys. I checked from 4 to 9 p.m. at Southern Hills Farms. They have a $40 inclusive date night package. And what's included in that date night package is you get a pint of pick yourself strawberries available until sunset. You can also get a sunflower field access when the fields open back up. So you will have to return for this one. Unfortunately, due to the freeze, their sunflower fields are a little frozen at the moment, but encouraged to come back for a two-pick sunflower event, which is what they're known for here. They have select carnival rides, fire pits, cute little photo op moments, live music, and they are showing the movie The Notebook at 7 p.m. So bring your blankets, bring your lawn chairs for the movie. They'll have dinner available.
No, continue. They're gonna have. It sounds like a great event. A lot of things going on with it.
Yeah, they have dinner available too from their pizzeria and burger truck. They have freshly made seasonal bakery treats, shopping, prosecco, craft beer and wine, popcorn, and even a s'mores kit for those fire pits. So truly, it is the best little all-inclusive package. And really, if you girl math it out, it's $40 for two. So it's $20 a person, which makes it budget-friendly Valentine's Day activity, I think.
Can't beat that, and there's a lot of romance in the air there. It doesn't get more romantic than The Notebook and s'mores. I mean, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Exactly. And now your Valentine's Day is planned. You're welcome. We've got you guys. That is my dream Valentine's Day event right there. And like I said, tickets are still available. You can get them on their website. Again, that event is happening tonight. So act quickly for any of those last minute planners out there.
And we've got to talk about the Daytona 500 and everything going on with that this weekend.
We have to. Again, it's Valentine's Day, so maybe you want to splurge it up with some sports, with some NASCAR racing. Honestly, I would be so down to do that. Miranda Lambert is actually opening the pre-show at 2:30 p.m. to kick off the official Daytona 500 race on Sunday. And while the grandstand tickets and both camping are sold out, there are still some other really great VIP experiences available all over the weekend to experience these iconic races. We have the Fresh from Florida 250 happening tonight at 7:30, the United Rentals 300 and the General Tile 200 doubleheader happening tomorrow at 5 p.m. And of course, the Daytona 500 series happening on Sunday at 2:30. So definitely make your way to Daytona, guys. There are so much great things happening. Make sure you give yourself ample time to get stuck in traffic, find parking. That's probably the hardest part of this entire weekend is going to be the traffic getting in and out of Daytona. When you guys are at the race, bring ear protection because it's going to get quite loud in there. So make sure you protect your ears. Also, sun protection, hat protection. It's February, but that Florida sun is still super incredibly reflective, and it can definitely damage your skin. We want to make sure that we are in our best health as we enjoy the incredible Daytona 500 weekend this weekend.
Yeah, it is something special, that's for sure. In our local spotlight this time, you've got some good date ideas if you're looking to do something other than dinner.
Yeah, so honestly, if you want to turn yourself into an actual beer, we actually have a spa called My Beer Spa where you can get into this hoppy bath of brew where they use actual ingredients that make up beer. So you can get into this bath. This is a super fun, relaxing experience, super intimate. There's 2 tubs, one for you and your partner. They serve you complimentary beer. If you don't like beer and you still want to turn yourself into a beer, they do have wine like sangria, mimosas, also non-alcoholic options if you're looking to not drink. They have this amazing infrared sauna where you can revitalize your cells and your metabolism at lower temperatures than the traditional sauna. They have an area to sit, and this is just a great experience right in Williamsburg near SeaWorld. Book ahead of time. If you can't get this weekend, just check their website. They always have availability. This is a really fun, intimate experience. And then we also have Player One Video Arcade Game Bar. This you don't need a reservation for, and they have Florida discount. You can pay a cover fee to get inside. It includes all of the arcade games that you can think of that are in there under one fee. If you're looking to play Smash Bros. Or Mario Kart, any of those games, you can rent out a controller for $1, and they actually give you that money back if the controller comes back in one piece. Player One Video Arcade Game Bar. It's a lot of fun. It's right near Disney Springs. It's perfect for groups. So if you're not looking to go one-on-one, or maybe this is your first date, you can go to Player One. It's a really great time. They also have beer and sours to try there, seltzers, different drinks, and again, budget friendly. For standard entry, it's $9, and then for Florida residents, $6. So very affordable.
If you're looking for maybe something a bit more adventurous and really want to dive into what it feels like to be in a rom-com, try horseback riding. At Hidden Palms Ranch, they do have both private and guided small group sessions that take you across the beautiful trails of Marrowbed Flats, which is on the north side of Lake Jessup Conservation Area, right near Sanford. So a little bit outside of Orlando proper, but you get these gorgeous, stunning views on the back of a horse. And this is perfect for beginners and experienced riders alike. If you've never ridden a horse, hop on a horse at Hidden Palms Ranch. They've got you in great hands. They take the trails nice and slow, so all you have to do is just relax and enjoy the scenery, and of course, pet your little horse.
So many great options there. A lot of things going on this weekend, and just so many things to check out. And just another reminder of what makes our area so great. There are just so many things to do and places to see, and just there's just so much that it offers.
Truly, from picking up strawberries to going to watch a NASCAR race to sitting in beer and then horseback riding. Central Florida truly has it all happening this weekend and more.
And where can people learn more about some other events that may be going on that we didn't have time to talk about today?
Of course, there are so many things happening across Central Florida, always and forever, we have found out. But you guys can download the free YouNation app, and we'll tell you all the best events, businesses, and activities happening all across Central Florida and beyond. And if you guys want to connect with us personally, you guys connect with us on social media at Stuff to Do in Orlando.
Ashley Edwards and Sarah Barkley, our friends from YouNation, thanks for joining us for our Community Crossroads today.
Thank you, Garrett.
Thank you.
I want to get you live now to Tallahassee, where the House Minority Leader Fentrice Driscoll, a Democrat from Tampa, holding a news conference right now where she is discussing a new bill, some legislation that she's proposed in the state house that really cracks down on hairstyle discrimination. This is House Bill 235. Representative Driscoll just walked up to the podium and began speaking. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
It's about dignity, identity, and the right to show up as our authentic selves without fear of prejudice. Hair, whether it's braids, twists, locks, afros, or other natural styles, is deeply connected to culture and identity in Black communities. When students are told that those styles are unacceptable, the message they receive is that something about them is unacceptable. That is no message that any child should receive. 25 states have already enacted laws prohibiting hair discrimination. It's time that Florida joins them. The Crown Act will end discrimination based on hair texture or protected hairstyles that are historically associated with race in Florida's K-12 public schools and any school that receives state dollars. It ensures that every student in Florida can pursue their education without being told that they must change who they are. I look forward to working with my colleagues in both chambers to move the Crown Act forward. And on a personal note, I love to wear my hair natural. This bill matters so much to me, and I wish that such legislation existed when I was in school, because maybe I would have felt more encouraged and safe to wear my own natural hair back then. So thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Harley Williams, the founder of Black Girls Govern. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harley Williams, and I am the founder and executive director of Black Girls Govern. Black Girls Govern is a nonprofit organization dedicated to cultivating the civic leadership, confidence, and voices of Black girls. Today, we have a group of students here who are Crown Act Fellows. These fellows have spent the last 4 months participating in an educational and advocacy fellowship focused on passing the Crown Act in Florida. They have taken part in workshops, attended community events, met with representatives and city council members, and shared their stories of hair discrimination. They have also gone into their local communities to educate residents, hair salons, and beauty shops about what the Crown Act is and why this bill matters in Florida. That brings me to the Crown Act. The Crown Act stands for Creating a Respectful and Open World for Natural Hair. In Florida, it is proposed legislation that will protect students and workers in the K-12 public education system from hair discrimination and from being punished or excluded because of their natural hair or protective styles. Today, we have students and workers here with lived experiences of that reality, being punished for their hair, excluded from opportunities, or made to feel that who they are is not acceptable. Here today, we have Justice Robinson and Charlize Bowie to share their own stories. And now I'll pass it along to Justice.
Hello everybody, my name is Justice Robinson, and in 2023 I was 19 years old and a newly graduate from Lorenzo Walker Technical College when I was in Naples, Florida. I interviewed for a lead phlebotomist position at Physicians Regional Hospital on Collier Boulevard. I was newly certified, I was excited to begin my healthcare career, and I was offered the job. And at the end of the interview, the hiring manager told me there was just one more thing that I needed to do. That if I wanted the position, I would need to either comb out my locks or cut them off. I explained that locks cannot simply be combed out and that they were cultural to me and my family. She responded that she understands it was my culture, but it was for the health and well-being of everyone, and she claimed that locks were dirty and that people with locks do not wash their hair. The comment relied on harmful stereotypes about black hair, which I had explained. I calmly but assertively explained these things, that locks are clean and professional. And still, she dismissed the correction, and she proceeded to tell me that everyone at the job made sacrifices to be there, and I would just have to do the same thing. I was being asked to change myself to be accepted, so I declined the position. And that's my story.
Hello, my name is Charlize Bowie, and I'm an 18-year-old senior from Tampa, Florida, and I'm also a varsity competition cheerleader at my high school. And I have seen firsthand and know that it's crucial to speak out about why policies that protect hair discrimination is so important, especially for young athletes and students that participate in school activities. And I've seen how appearance and grooming standards are most often created and are unintentionally
creating barriers. And during my time at my school's competition team, I experienced how these mandated hairstyles were created and did not fit with my natural hair, and were unintentionally creating that barrier for me to be able to fit in with the team cohesively. And that feeling of being an outsider really distracted me from being able to excel in my sport. And I found myself trying to assimilate into what an ideal cheerleader should look like. And I remember feeling alone and isolated, and this image that was indirectly imposed on me made me feel that I should look like the rest of my teammates, when in reality, that is untrue. And I tried to make myself look like this, when in reality, I am an Afro-Latina and this is my hair. And that feeling of being an outsider and feeling to assimilate is not unique to just me. And this is exactly why the Crown Act needs to be passed. And aspiring young athletes should not have to feel that their natural hair is not neat enough or uniform enough. And they should be able to feel that they're not pressured to create a false image of themselves. And this is why thoughtful, inclusive policy like this matters.
Thank you so much, Justice and Charlize, for sharing your stories. Across the state, there have also been instances where students were not allowed to walk at graduation because their afro was deemed too big for a cap, where students were told they needed to cut their locks to attend a ceremony, or where their hair was labeled distracting in the classroom. Florida students and workers are being punished simply for existing, and the Florida legislature has yet to act. The Crown Act is currently in the House Education Administration Subcommittee and the Senate Judiciary Committee, and has not been scheduled for a hearing. For the past 6 years, this bill has been introduced repeatedly, and each time it has not even been granted a hearing. We are urging lawmakers to hear this bill and move it to the House and Senate floors. Other states are ahead of Florida, including Texas and Tennessee. In those states, the Crown Act received strong bipartisan support, even in some of the most conservative legislatures, because this issue is bigger than party lines. It is about ensuring that students are protected and that their individual and constitutional rights are upheld. Florida lawmakers, now is your opportunity to ensure that no student has to experience what Justice and Charlize went through, and what so many others have endured in silence. Thank you.
Now we'll just check to see if there are any questions. Thank you for that question. So what I hear from the leadership here in the legislature is that maybe. It's just always a maybe. It's never a definitive yes. You know, I would hate to hear it, but I would even prefer a definitive no. I don't like being kept on the hook. I don't like that we can't be responsive to these girls and to our students across the state who are just looking for protection that would allow them to focus on learning and not have to focus so much on their hair and how they show up at school. So, you know, I'm very grateful to have the girls here today, and I hope that leadership is watching or listening, and that they would heed our call and move these bills towards a hearing. Okay, thank you.
At the news conference wrapping up at the Florida State Capitol in Tallahassee, where Pinterest Driscoll, the House Minority Leader, discussed the Crown Act, which would ban hairstyle discrimination in Florida. You heard from some young African American leaders in the making, some students there who talked about why this is important to them as well. So we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, give you a live look in Tucson. This is from the Fox flight team. They have been on the scene of Nancy Guthrie's home and the search going on there. Meanwhile, let's take you to President Trump just moments ago, speaking to reporters as he gets ready to leave the White House and head to Fort Bragg, where he's going to speak with the troops a little bit later this afternoon.
Possible to do even within 4 years, and I got it in 1 year. The economy is doing unbelievable. We right now have the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Do you think you're Mr. President?
All right, very brief remarks there, and as you saw, it kind of glitching at the end. This is tape playback; it wasn't live. So what I'm trying to see is if that was the end of it. He may have spoken more from the beginning. So we're hoping to bring those remarks to you there. If he had more to say beyond just that, that may have been all there was. In fact, I think it was, but we're getting ready to find out here. But again, he's heading to Fort Bragg, where he's going to be speaking to troops at that military base in North Carolina this afternoon. It has been a busy hour and 15 minutes so far here on Fox 35 News Plus. A lot going on today. One of the things we heard from earlier today, we got an update from police in Melbourne talking about the 24-year-old man who had slipped out of handcuffs, accused of attacking two police officers before he ran off. That happened earlier this week in Brevard County. He has been arrested again. He was captured last night, police said. It's 24-year-old Eric Jordan Jerry, who escaped from police custody outside a hospital on Wednesday night. That led to an hours-long manhunt. We brought you one of those updates on that yesterday here on Fox 35 News Plus. Now, last night, we learned that Jerry was found hiding at a home in Palm Bay, not too far from where he had taken off, police said, from Melbourne. Here's Commander Sean Icing with the Melbourne Police Department talking about what we know about how they were able to track down this suspect.
As we discussed yesterday in the previous conference, although we broke down the perimeter at approximately midnight the night before, or yesterday actually, we didn't pull out all of our resources. We continued to have people in the area conducting surveillance on the area where he was last seen in an effort to see if perhaps he popped out of somewhere we just weren't familiar with or hadn't seen him at. We also had identified some family members and some locations that we felt were within close enough proximity that he may try to seek refuge at. We continue to conduct surveillance on those areas as well. During that time period, we identified a female that was alleged to be his girlfriend. We were of the understanding of the knowledge of what vehicle she drove. You know, we had contact with her. She previously allowed us to search her vehicle, and we were aware that she hadn't, assisted him at that point. However, that vehicle was seen in the area throughout the night, driving through, and which led our investigators to believe that, she was trying to find him or try to provide assistance, or, at the minimum, try to, locate him in some form of fashion. So we continue to home in on, her as, someone who's actively seeking to assist him in some way. We monitored her vehicle, conducted surveillance, and ultimately discovered that she was frequently going to a location down in South Palm Bay, or Northwest Palm Bay. I consider everything in Palm Bay south of us. So, but the actual street was Catella. It's down kind of near Heritage Parkway in Malabar. And I don't necessarily believe he was able to get that far on foot, but it is possible given the time frame. However, like I had advised, our investigators were noticing that her vehicle was there for extended periods. She was spending time down there. So they made contact with the resident of that home, who ultimately gave permission to search the house. Our officers gave announcements to the house, Nobody acknowledged being in there. They began conducting a search, which included a canine. They located Mr. Jerry trying to conceal himself in between a wall and a bed with some blankets over him. The dog alerted to that area. They restrained the dog while the officers were able to go in and actually remove him from that area and take him into custody at that point.
So is anybody else facing charges right now for harboring him or helping him?
We're evaluating that. We don't necessarily have the level of evidence to prove that these individuals actually physically picked him up, harbored him. Getting past that threshold is a bit difficult, but we are evaluating that and trying to determine whether or not we can charge somebody with that.
Can you explain what you mean by that? Because to the average person, it sounds like having somebody in your house that's actively wanted and very publicly wanted would be harboring somebody.
Yes, but someone may have defense that they weren't home all day, they didn't frequent the house all day. They have a large house. Perhaps they could be hidden in an area of the house where the people don't go regularly. I mean, the people could come up with all kinds of defenses in this situation to say, listen, I just wasn't aware that this person was in the home, and I cooperated by letting you in my home. So that is where we are at right now. Like I said, the resident did allow us to go into the home and search it. So, a reasonable person might believe that he didn't know that the guy was there. So we have to overcome that in our proof that, they assisted and coordinated. And the girlfriend wasn't at the home at the time we located him. So we can't necessarily link that specifically to her in the house at that point.
Even though she kept frequenting, bouncing back and forth.
Yes, and it's a matter of, although she was in the area, proving she was actually in the house, those are the types of things that we have to look at over the course of the day. Do we have that? And the investigators are trying to put that together because obviously we had different shifts, different people. The information's relayed to the different officers and they're putting these things together. But are we going to be able to come up with that? And we have time to evaluate that right now, and that's what we're doing.
The resident at the home, what kind of relationship did that person have with the suspect?
I'm not certain as to what their previous relations are there.
Did he obviously beat up two of your officers once? Did he try that again at the house?
No, there was, a little bit of resistance as they were trying to remove him from that. As you can envision, a bed being kind of close to a wall, and so it wasn't the ideal situation trying to pull him out. He did stiffen a bit, but when you have a canine and an overwhelming number of people, he complied for the most part. They did, over the course of trying to remove him from that, they did end up trying to take him to the ground. He did bump his head on like a nightstand that was there. So once again, we ended up back at the hospital with him. Although I will tell you, this time he was wearing shackles as well as handcuffs, and we took extra steps to make sure that we did not experience the same thing again.
Did he say anything in the course of being arrested, afterwards at the hospital, anything at all? Yeah.
No, I was advised that he had already sought legal counsel and was advised by them not to say anything to us.
I want to circle back to a couple things we talked about yesterday that were a little up in the air at that point. You talked about the medical issue that led to all of this. We weren't certain yesterday if HIPAA applied here. We've done our research. HIPAA does not apply to police departments.
Okay.
So what was the medical issue?
Well, he was describing some substances that he had ingested at certain points, and the jail has a pretty strong policy that if someone indicates they've ingested certain substances, that there's a potential for overdoses, there's a potential for medical conditions to come about, and out of caution, they require medical clearance in those situations.
Why would this complaint of substances?
Continuing to listen in to this briefing from Melbourne earlier today, but I do want to get you back to this feed of President Trump speaking just moments ago. As we hear him take some more questions, this does seem to be a little bit longer than what we had earlier, so let's go ahead and listen into what he has to say.
It said they're paying 5% and they're paying. We have a very good relationship with NATO.
How confident are you that our negotiations with Iran will be successful?
I think they'll be successful, and if they're not, it's going to be a bad day for Iran. Very bad. We're talking, but we have to protect law enforcement. ICE has done a phenomenal job. Border Patrol, we have a closed border for the first time in history. We have to protect law enforcement, our police, our Border Patrol, ICE, and others in law enforcement. And I'm very much, I know what they want. I know what they can live with. The Democrats have gone crazy. They're radical left lunatics. That's why their cities are so unsafe. The blue cities are the cities that are unsafe. So we have to protect our law enforcement. Well, we have a very good relationship with the president of Venezuela. As you know, we're working together very closely. We have our big oil companies going in. They're going to be taking out the oil and selling the oil for a lot of money, and Venezuela is going to get a big part of that money. And the relationship we have right now with Venezuela is, I would say, a 10. And I think it's beneficial. Will be the people.
On Venezuela, will you be recognizing Delta Rodriguez and Delta as the official government?
Well, right now we have done that. We're dealing with them. And really, right now, they've done a great job. She's done. Delta's done a very, very good job, and the relationship is strong. The oil is coming out, and a lot of money is being paid for oil by other nations, and we're taking care of it. We're refining it, and we're the only one that has the capability to refine it. Right now, the relationship with Venezuela is as good as it could find.
When are you planning to visit Venezuela?
Wait. We haven't are you from Venezuela? We just had a good meeting with you.
When the president of Colombia on the Munich Security Conference, what is your message?
I think the only message is we have a great relationship with NATO. We're a very powerful part of NATO. The people that are the heads of the countries, the various countries that we're talking about, they're all friends of mine.
A bit beyond the range of the microphone, and trying to pick up the audio there as he works his way down the line. Again, he's heading to Fort Bragg, where he's going to speak a little bit later this afternoon. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. As we do so, I want to put our poll question back up here. What is the best part of Daytona 500 weekend? Is it the race itself? Is it the drama? A lot of you saying the party right now. Let's go ahead and hear from you. Scan the QR code. You can go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Let us know what you think. We're going to leave this up for a minute here before we go to break. And we want to know because Daytona 500 weekend is here, a lot of fun. And what stands out to you? Thanks for watching Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back. What is the best part of Daytona 500 weekend right now? There is not much debate. It appears to be the party. There is certainly a great atmosphere, a big party at the Daytona 500 with everything going on at Daytona International Speedway all week long. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us. Earlier, before we listened to President Trump, we were listening in to Melbourne police as they were giving an update on the capture of a 24-year-old suspect who is accused of slipping out of his handcuffs, then attacking two officers while he was at the hospital on his way to jail. Going to get you back to that news conference earlier where we were hearing some questions and answers from Commander Sean Ising with the Melbourne Police Department, talking about what we know, what happened, and how they were able to track down that suspect at a home in Palm Bay.
This complaint of substances require his hands to be handcuffed in front of him rather than behind.
That we're still reviewing the officer's actions and trying to determine why they made the decision to do that. And at this time, I haven't been involved in that aspect of it. These particular officers are not in my chain of command. So we do a thorough review process of uses of force and situations like this, and his direct supervisory group will review that and make determinations there. And we just haven't completed that yet.
So what steps have been taken so far in that review?
As with any review, they're going to review the supervisors. First, the reports have to be written. The videos from the body cam, from the cars, any additional video we may receive from the hospital, any other locations that we may have received, those all have to be submitted. And then the supervisory staff, it'll go through the sergeant, the lieutenant, the commander of patrol in this situation, deputy chief, and they'll review all of those items and make a determination if the officer's actions were appropriate. And if not, what happened and how we plan to deal with those situations.
So at this point in time, we still don't know if procedures were followed correctly with the handcuffs or not that would have allowed him to slip out, and that's
correct. We're still reviewing that aspect of things.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to follow up with you on was the warrant and the nature of it. I understand this probably wasn't your case back in 2019, and that might lead to. Have you been able to figure out why this warrant was written, since that case was closed 7 years ago?
I haven't been able to determine that personally, no.
Do you know which agency the warrant came from?
Brevard County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. I guess to end this, we had a day where you described the person yesterday as not a threat to the community, despite beating up two officers. At the end of the day, there was a lot of people that were worried yesterday about a fugitive who beat up officers being on the streets. Are you confident that this agency will be taking steps? Let me phrase it this way. Is this agency confident that this situation is not going to be repeated?
We will do everything in our power to correct any deficiencies, provide adequate training, and we will review this. This will likely become part of our in-service training plan for a future, every year we conduct advanced training with our officers, recertifications, realignment, and the high liability aspects of our job, such as firearms, defensive tactics, the taser, which is included in defensive tactics, all of these types of things, de-escalation, all of those things are usually touched upon annually through retraining, and the officers are generally doing anywhere between 48 and 80 hours of advanced training a year, depending on what we have planned for the year. And that during part of our review each year to progress into the next year, we do reviews of these types of situations and we incorporate those things into it. We have taken great steps to provide our officers with the best training available. We send our trainers to classes all over the country. We incorporate, and we have been incorporating scenario-based training into our training systems for years, decades actually. We were very progressive in our form of training. So these types of situations will be utilized in that future training. They'll be identified as soon as we do conduct this review and we determine there's some deficiencies or whether there are. Our lieutenants at their squads will be, conducting, review with their employees, indicating what we could potentially be looking for and try to make sure that our officers are prepared as a whole. So immediately we'll be doing a review. Following that, we'll be making recommendations and getting that information out to our supervisors so they can prepare. If we have to, we'll actually go to squads and conduct, refresher training with people if we need to. And in the back end, we will absolutely be incorporating stuff like this into our future in-service training.
And you said the 2 officers here were veterans. If it turns out they didn't follow policy, what's the disciplinary process?
It'll depend on their history, and obviously this is an extreme situation where someone got away from us, and that's not something that is acceptable. And we will review that, and we'll look at their history, what has occurred, if they've been previously disciplined, whether there's a situation of escalating or advancing that level of discipline. But it could be anywhere from retraining, to potential termination. But we just have to evaluate the level of extent that perhaps things happened.
2 cleanup questions. I just missed 2 aspects. The girlfriend, how long were you following her for? Was this a couple of hours? Was this most of the day?
Well, we started noticing after we broke down our perimeter that her vehicle was in the area, so we loosely conducted surveillance on her vehicle and utilized electronic means to determine some areas that she was going as well. And off and on through that 24-hour period, we didn't have eyes on her the entire time, but we were pretty homed in on where she was going, given her behaviors.
So by the time we were talking yesterday.
Yes.
Did you take her in for questioning?
They've had contact with her and talked to her numerous times. So, yes.
What is she saying?
She's not really saying anything that would indicate her assistance in the matter. She was cooperative with allowing us to search her car numerous times. She was, but outside of that, she's not providing anything that would incriminate herself.
Last.
How far is it from the hospital to the home where he was caught?
The hospital's 250 North Wickham, and the house he was located at was it was just north of Malabar Road. I haven't done a map search, but to get there on foot would take a considerable amount of time. So did he get there on foot? It's not impossible. People can do it, but it's more likely he found some kind of assistance somewhere along the line.
The other cleanup question I had, the jail with this drug complaint. We know the jail has its own medical staff.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's drugs, they won't even take a look at him?
When we take someone to the jail, they conduct a number of questions, and they generally see a nurse or some form of intake personnel. And yes, because they have to accommodate and monitor the entire jail population, if they were to accept, and unfortunately it's a fairly frequent event where people will either actually have done these things and we have to be cautious because there is a true threat, or someone says they have because they're either wanting to delay the time frame that they're going to jail, or perhaps devise a plan to get away. They may feign it, but we have to act on caution there. And had he and this happens, you go to arrest somebody, the person sees you approaching, they know they have drugs on them because they're either selling them or it's for their own purpose. They will ingest that to try to dispose of that, to get rid of it if they have an opportunity where the officers don't see them or something happens. So we've had a number of those situations where people ingest the drugs to try to prevent being caught with them, and ultimately they start showing decline in health and it has an adverse effect on them. We have to be cautious in that situation. We don't want an in-custody death. We don't want the sheriff to, experience an in-custody death because of someone we brought up there.
Just to follow up on that, I know from watching Live PD, it is a common occurrence for Melbourne and for Brevard County. I mean, for your agency, how common is this? These officers have clearly been through this before. Is this a daily thing?
Oh, absolutely.
Daily.
Yeah, we have to do medical clearances. I would wager to say every day.
Okay. When did he make this complaint? Was it immediately upon putting the cuffs in? Was it on his way to the jail? And
once they put him in the vehicle and started transporting.
I think I'm finally out of questions. Omar?
What guys probably you done yesterday, but how are the officers?
They are obviously, physically they're fine, and obviously there's an emotional side that goes along with this. We are our biggest critics. Nobody comes into this job and wants to do a poor job or have something happen that adversely affects our community. We want to do the right thing at all times. It just, at the same time, we are human and mistakes are made at times.
Did he push the one officer down? Did he? I guess how did he get away from two officers at the same time?
He pushed the one down. The other attempted to try to take him to the ground. That officer actually did receive some minor abrasions and injuries during that process. And then as the other officer was trying to get up to regain and take control, he was able to break free and run.
Was this a matter of seconds?
Oh, it happened fairly quickly, yes. I mean, and like I said yesterday, as hard as we train, as hard as we prepare, as strong as we think we may be, I'm 52 years old, so 25-year-old guy that's equal size, he's probably going to have an advantage on me at that point and be a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, and unfortunately that was the case.
Officers abrasions, was he being punched in the head?
No, when he was attempting to take the Mr. Jerry to the ground, I believe obviously they're on concrete, and anytime you have contact with somebody, there's a chance of skinning your knee, going down hard, getting a bruise. It's anytime we actively conduct physical contact with somebody, there's a chance for them to get hurt, and there's a chance for us to get hurt.
So he's trying to take him down.
Yes. He initially broke free from the one officer. The other officer went to grab on, attempted to take him to the ground. That's when he fought back against that officer, and then as the other was trying to get up, he was able to break free from both, and then he was just quicker.
Was this inside the hospital or just outside the hospital?
Just outside.
Okay.
So they were transferring from the car to a wheelchair to try to place him in a position of disadvantage, and unfortunately it happened during that time.
But he is now back behind bars and expected to make his first appearance in court this afternoon. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Experts are tracking some growing security concerns about a couple of emerging AI platforms and tools. I talked about it this morning with Matt Rose, the CXO of TechRage IT in Winter Springs. Matt, we talk often about artificial intelligence and just how quickly things are changing. And so before we kind of get into a couple of these new platforms and tools and what we're seeing with those, let's just talk more generally about the difficulties of making sure that we try to mitigate the risks and stuff, but so challenging when things are constantly evolving so quickly.
Yeah, it's probably the biggest risk we're seeing right now, and it's kind of like the early days of the internet when people kind of didn't know what was going on, but the difference is it's evolving at 10x. So it's really hard to gather, because once you think you've kind of had an understanding of, all right, I've told my staff not to use AI, I've told them not to use ChatGPT or whatever, something else comes out, and it's really hard to find those guardrails, and just makes it extremely difficult.
So one of the things we're talking about today is Moltbook, which is just a wild concept, first of all, just for those who may not have heard of it. What is it, first of all?
Yeah, so Moltbook is basically, it's Facebook for AI agents. And that sounds crazy, but a person actually vibe coded this, didn't write a single line of code, and basically wanted to make a place for agents to talk, similar to a Facebook or a Reddit. So in vibe coding it, he kind of said, I want this to be like Reddit or Facebook, and he wants a place where agents that you create, because an AI agent is, it's agentic AI. It's where you can actually build something that's sort of doing the work for you when you don't have to tell it. And it's supposed to be able to do little jobs, or like a marketing agent that you can say, hey, I need to get another LinkedIn post, and made it so that they can chat and talk about their lives, I guess.
So now they have a place they can hang out after they're done with the tasks. It's the AI water cooler.
It really is, and it's a fascinating thing. And I mean, on the surface, it sounds kind of funny and cool, but it's a little bit different than that.
But right, and that's why we're talking today, is because you've got to be careful, because we're seeing some vulnerabilities and some things that have kind of cropped up, some things that have been shared on that companies and people may not want getting out.
Yeah, and the thing that I think the best way to look at it is that, I think a lot of people have heard of social engineering, right? That's when someone is trying to, it's really what phishing emails are. They're trying to make you think you need to click on this, or you get a phone call that says, from a fake person saying that you need to change something. So they're actually humans forcing their agents to socially engineer. So they're telling the agents to go and ask people for, hey, I need some help doing X, Y, and Z, and therefore these agents are sharing data. I think I read within 3 hours, a firm basically built an agent, and they got 1,500 API keys, which are basically like a password, and just to prove that it wasn't secure.
Well, and the difficulty is because this is, a kind of autonomous stuff. Once it's going, I mean, how do you kind of stop it or prevent something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the idea is, AI is great, but I think we've talked about this before, you need to actually have kind of guardrails on it. Because if you don't, even when you're just talking to ChatGPT, if the best way to use it is saying, I need this in this context, in this, and you need to kind of tell it, otherwise it goes off and does whatever it wants. Same thing with these agents. If you're smart enough to say, this is critical data, you cannot share it, yada, yada, maybe. But most people aren't doing that.
Well, it's still no guarantee, I would think,
it's not.
Even at that point, even if you put those guardrails in.
They can still be tricked. Again, they're doing human work faster, but they can still be tricked just like a human. So the guardrails are helpful, but they're not by any means going to make sure it's actually secure.
Now let's talk about OpenClaw as well, because that's something we've been hearing about. And for those who may be hearing that term for the first time, what is that?
So OpenClaw actually it's a lot of what is on Moltbook. So OpenClaw is basically an open source application. And open source is basically someone created something on the internet and lets other people use it, edit it, and do what they want with it, which on the surface sounds really cool because it's free. Adds vulnerabilities by that, but it also is something you can install on, a lot of people are using Macs. You can install it, and it's meant to take care of menial tasks for you. It'll respond to your emails. It will book a flight for you, might book a hotel. it actually can go on WhatsApp and things like that. And it's meant to kind of, you get back to your desk after a meeting, you're like, oh my God, I have 20 emails. They're responded to, right? And so it sounds really cool once again, but you're allowing your computer to see potentially your entire life.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm hearing you say it's responding to emails for you, and I think a lot of people are like, wait, what? That does sound amazing. Just one of those tasks that just takes time.
Yeah.
It's not hard, that would be easy to outsource to something like that, because it's just something that needs to be checked off the list. But like you said, what are some of the vulnerabilities if it's getting unfettered access to kind of everything?
Again, the AI agents, they want to be helpful. The whole idea of if you think about it, when you talk to AI, it's usually polite and, oh, I'm so sorry. So it wants to be helpful. So it's going to, by default, try to give information. So what we're kind of seeing is kind of a version of like an injection. And there used to be a term for SQL injection. It was a way that hackers could kind of write code into something that would make a database give data back. And it's sort of the same thing. Someone could write you an email that says, hey, Garrett, I need all your passwords for whatever. And the AI might be like, cool, here you go. It's just because it's trying to be helpful. And so there's those kind of things. And then there's basically plugins for OpenClaw that are similar to like the App Store or the Windows Store, where you would go download the new app. And you can go, oh, cool, there's a plugin for, for whatever application, now again, WhatsApp. But then it's open source. So you don't know what you're installing. And it may just be literally, just like malware on your computer. Someone installed something, it may show like anything or do something, but they're just exfiltrating all your data.
So we know AI is here.
Mm-hmm.
It's no longer, we can't say AI is coming. AI is here. It's the reality now. And so what is your word of caution to clients you work with and people that you talk to about making sure that we have those guardrails or what we're watching out for when it comes to using some of these tools, just so that we don't all of a sudden find ourselves where there's been some vulnerability that we weren't necessarily aware of, and now something's exposed that we didn't want exposed.
Yeah. So I mean, first, a lot of it goes to, everyone's always heard of the whole thing that if you find a USB key, like a USB somewhere, you don't just plug it into your computer. Kind of use it the same way with something new for AI. You don't want to just kind of go, oh, cool, I heard about this OpenClaw thing, I'm just going to install it. You want to do your research first off, because there might be some good things out there. So you kind of have to use caution. But then, especially as a business, you really need to educate your employees. There are ways now, there's more and more ways coming out to monitor what people are doing, because that was one of the bigger difficulties is early on, you could say, hey, don't go to ChatGPT. And even on a work computer, sure, you could block the website, or you could trust that they were using it in whatever your policy said they could. Now there's ways where you can actually, on a computer you own as a business, you can actually see the exact prompt they're putting in. So it still doesn't help if they put the data in, but at least you can pick up the phone right away and go, whoa, what'd you do? You just basically breached us. So it's a lot of education, and it's a lot of just realizing that AI, we've said it many times, it's got so many good things it can do, but just realize that the bad guys will take that, and we're also trying to get our work done. We're trying to, make things look cool and whatever. They're just trying to attack us. So all the time we're spending trying to make a funny graphic or make yourself into a caricature, which was the big thing on LinkedIn like last week. They don't care about that stuff. They're like, how can I steal everything important to you? So you just have to have that caution.
Well, just like you would have to be careful in public. Mm-hmm. You're not going to be giving your PIN number out, talking about your PIN number or your credit card number or your passwords when you're in a crowd of people.
Right.
You got to be careful with what you're sharing with these AI agents, because as we learned today, now they could go and blab about it on Moltbook as well. But we laugh about it, but it is something that we just have to be, I think, very cognizant of.
Yeah. I mean, again, AI is here to stay. I mean, some people thought it's a bubble. It's not. But it's a matter of, and we've had this conversation. I don't know if it's regulation. I don't know if that's the answer either, because I think that if we did that as the U.S., other countries aren't, and that'll affect us in other ways. But so I don't know if that's the answer, but it just goes back to anything. It's education and realizing that you need to do your research as to what is happening or could be happening with your data, and it's just taking a step back and hopefully that helps everybody get to the right decision.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. There's no shortage ever of things to talk about when it comes to AI, just because it's constantly evolving. I'm sure that's something that you see, someone working in IT and trying to prevent some of these issues from happening for people.
Yeah, it's one of these things. The common thing we get is the AI note takers, and they've sort of become standard, right? And so I don't want to say we just flippantly allow them, but like people understand what that is. They're listening to your meetings, they're giving you notes, whatever. Paid ones are always better, kind of thing. But then it is getting into like, what if someone was trying to, we would be able to detect if they're doing open call, but like there are so many. Everything you look at is AI. You go to any software, any SaaS software, whatever, AI.
Yeah.
And then I briefly talked about it earlier with the creator of Moltbook, but vibe coding is really cool, but horribly dangerous. Because people are basically saying anybody can go and vibe code and just be like, you know what, I pay $1,000 a year for this software. I'm just going to make my own. And that sounds really good, and it'll actually build it for you, but it'll have literally zero security.
So be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's a fascinating tool. It's a helpful thing, but like you said, it really has just taken off to the point where for the longest time AI was kind of the buzzword, and now it's just kind of expected, with all these tools and these different things. So it's fascinating to see and look at. Matt Rose, CXO of Tech Rage IT in Winter Springs. We appreciate you joining us and letting us know what we need to watch out for.
Thanks for having me.
Interesting conversation with him about that. We want to know if you think schools should teach AI classes. Yes, it's the future. Absolutely not. Should be optional. Looks like we've had a pretty even split. But right now it's looking like it's the future. Yes, 44%. It is certainly something that we are seeing more and more of. We want to hear your take on this. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote or scan the QR code you see on your screen. We are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we've got a lot more to get to, so keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Now after 1 o'clock on this Friday afternoon, we are counting down to the weekend. We appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local and on YouTube. Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Pulk County earlier today, where he held a news conference with Pulk County Sheriff Grady Judd. They were talking about the results of a large drug sweep that they did. A number of agencies involved in this. It led to the arrest of dozens of suspected drug traffickers. Here's what the Attorney General and Sheriff Judd said at their news conference earlier today.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for being with us today. As you can see, we have a team of folks here from the federal government, the state government, and certainly the county and city government. So I'm going to introduce to you those that are going to speak and the other members that were part of this extensive investigation. Mark Brutnell from FDLE will speak. We were also joined by Central Florida HIDA, who's not here today. Statewide prosecutions is represented, certainly our Attorney General. We're so excited that he's with us today, General James Uthmeier, and he will speak first. ATF, Bureau of ATF, federal government was here, but they're not here, was with us, but they're not at the operation today. The Auburndale Police Department, Chief Terry Story's with us. He's not going to speak. State Attorney's Office, my State Attorney, Brian Haas, who simply is the very best, is here, and he's going to speak. Medical Examiner's Office was involved in this investigation. DEA was involved in this investigation. They're not here today. The Winter Park Police Department, we are honored that Chief Tim Volkerson is with us today. Pasco Sheriff's Office is not here, but they worked with us. U.S. Marshals, Deputy Commander Diamond is here. He's not going to speak, but once again, we can't do this without our federal partners as well as our state partners. Florida Highway Patrol, Sergeant Steve Gaskins, Sergeant Malloy, and Trooper Jeremy Fields are here today. They had a really important part in this operation, and certainly the Florida Department of Corrections, their intelligence team. So after introducing all of them, you can see that no one person, no one organization can do an investigation of this size. It's just impossible. But when we all work together, good things happen. This investigation began in April of 2025, and it culminated with 2 court-ordered wire intercepts at the end of the year. This is an organized gang, and this is gang members. And they're not all from the same gang. There are actually members from different gangs, but it's an organized criminal enterprise. That's why you'll see that we're charged RICO in a lot of these. We focused on trafficking in fentanyl and trafficking in methamphetamine. As a result of this investigation and thousands of hours, investigative hours, we made 51 arrests. We charged 10 with racketeering. There were 78 pounds of meth seized, 14.55 pounds of fentanyl, enough, as you can see, to kill 3,300,000 people. 13 firearms were seized, $20,000 in cash. We did a drug roundup that began on January the 30th, and part of these 51 arrests occurred with 32 warrants being attempted, and we served all but 5. There are 5 folks that are still wanted. You see them on the board here. Those 5 suspects, even though they're at large, they won't stay at large. We will find them. But it's important, and I highlight in the reason for this entire operation, fentanyl traffickers are killing people across this county, this state, and this nation just as sure as someone putting a gun to our victim's head and shooting them in the head. So that's why we're here. We're of one heart and we're of one beat as we go after these fentanyl traffickers. Today we're going to, as they say in the gang world, lace you up. We're going to talk about the gangbangers who are selling this poison and who won't sell this poison any longer. Let me explain that Operation Flatline was the second T3 or wire intercept. But I'm going to speak briefly about it first so that you will understand how urgent what we do is. And then I'm going to turn it over to the Attorney General and the other speakers. But it's important to understand that these are our victims. Terry Morris, who's 50 years of age, is dead. He got his drugs from a guy who goes by the name of Knowledge. Angela Valente, who's 42, is in a nursing home, unconscious, since she overdosed in mid-December, and there's no indication that she's ever going to recover. Dante Trenton Neoff is 21. He's dead. He's from Haines City. He died in his bedroom. The drug was supplied by Knowledge. Madeline Smith, 21, from Winter Haven, is dead. She died at the hospital from a drug overdose from drugs she got from Knowledge. I was actually at the hospital and saw them trying to save Madeline's life. However, that didn't happen. Folks, I want you to look at this. This is someone's grandchildren. This is someone's children. This is someone's brother and sister. These are real people that these folks are killing with their trafficking in fentanyl. And that's why we're here. So who is Knowledge? Knowledge is William Newton Jr. He's 39. He's from Winter Haven. He's currently on probation for sale of cocaine. Did you hear what I said? He's already on probation for sale of cocaine while he's out dealing in fentanyl. We also have him under investigation, as you may understand, for murder. He has new charges of sale of fentanyl that we filed, trafficking in cocaine, trafficking in fentanyl, violation of probation. But I want to talk to you a minute about the quickest T3 or wire intercept the Sheriff's Office has ever done. It may be one of the quickest ones ever done across the state or the United States. And I want to brag on Brian Haas and his team. So we're in the middle of what we call Operation Bloodline, doing this investigation, and all of a sudden, mid-November, 1st of December, people are falling over dead. These folks, they are in serious shape. Others that we've not even listed here went to the hospital and recovered. But all of a sudden, we have this real upsurge of fentanyl overdoses. We do something that I hope is not unique. Not only do we send our homicide team out to do the death investigations, but we send a narcotics team out to work with them. So we immediately, through our homicide detectives and our narcotics detectives, determine that William Newton is supplying the fentanyl. So we try to go undercover and arrest him. He's too smart for that. You see, he's been to Florida State Prison for trafficking in cocaine on a minimum mandatory before. He has 8 previous felony charges. 8 previous arrests, 7 felonies and 1 misdemeanor. So we had to do something proactively and quickly to figure out how to stop him from dealing this fentanyl, because he was killing people. We were watching them die before our very eyes. And that's when Nicole Orr, who's one of the directors for State Attorney Haas, received permission and immediately did a T3 order. We literally went up on this order on a Thursday. It was written just as quickly as we could get the data together. By Sunday, we went down on this order and we caught him. That quick. Brian Haas and his state attorneys, our detectives saved untold lives because we did a proactive T3 in order to stop this guy from spreading all of this horribleness throughout this county. Make no mistake about it. Lives have been saved because of the hard work of our undercover detectives, who are the very best. Now, it's important to understand that that is only part of the investigation. The other part of the investigation, I will end with my flashcards. Y'all would be very upset if I didn't have flashcards, okay? After we hear from our speakers. First, I want to introduce James Uthmeyer. He is the Attorney General for the state of Florida. He simply is the very best. He works every day with his team in order to save lives, prosecute bad guys, and make Florida, the free state of Florida, the best place to live. We turn to him and to our state attorney, Brian Haas, who I will introduce second. Immediately, and what we receive is yes, yes, and yes, let's prosecute them, let's hold them accountable. As you'll hear later on, if these people aren't locked up, they're selling drugs and killing people. This Attorney General and his team make sure that we lock them up for just as long as we can. So it's an honor, General, that you join us today. So let me turn the podium over to you.
Glad to be here. Thank you, Sheriff. It's great to be back in Pulk County. I was recently in the Atlanta airport on a flight connecting back to Tallahassee, and a woman came up, asked me where I was from, didn't know who I was. I told her Florida, and she said, it's really remarkable what's going on in Florida. The leaders down there, they stand by law enforcement, and what you guys are doing to drive down crime rates is incredible. I said, yeah, I hear they've got a good attorney general, just kind of trying to see what her response would be. She's like, yeah, I don't know anything about that guy, but this sheriff you guys have down there, Grady Judd, fantastic. She says, I don't know why anybody would be dumb enough, to commit crimes in Pulk County. I said, well, if they had any wits about them, I don't think they'd be committing crimes at all. But here in Pulk County, we send a message to the whole country. When you support law enforcement and your investigators, when you have their backs, when you give them the tools to be successful and do their jobs, we have results like today. I mean, this is one of the biggest gang takedowns over the last year. And you can see from what was seized here, this isn't child's play. This is not small stuff. You've got enough meth and fentanyl to kill millions of people. You've got over a dozen firearms, thousands of dollars of cash. These guys were not doing just street level drug dealing. This was advanced trafficking, conspiracy, RICO. We're going to go after these guys with everything we've got. We're going to throw the book at them because these guys on these charts, these are career criminals. The sheriff said it right. If they're back on the streets, they're doing drugs, and people are losing their lives. So God bless these investigators and law enforcement that took these guys down. They put their lives on the line every single day to keep our streets safe and to get all this stuff out of our communities. So we're going to keep sending a message. In our office, I think the state attorney's got similar results. We've had record arrests, convictions, and sentences over the last year, and that correlates perfectly with a decreasing crime rate. It's not complicated. When you lock people up that are dangerous for a long time, crime rates go down. We send a message. Stay out of the state of Florida. So it's good to be here today. You got a wonderful state attorney. I think we've got over 51 arrests here. We'll be working with him to split these things up and prosecute to the fullest. So thank you.
Thank you, General. Our state attorney, Brian Haas, is remarkable. We talk almost every day of the week about strategies. Who are we going to put in jail? How long can we keep them in jail? Can you help on the T3? And his answer is always yes, yes, yes. I hear some sheriffs from around the state, around the country saying, hey, it's a frustrating thing to work with our state attorney's office or our prosecutor's office. That doesn't happen here. It's nice to have a state attorney's office and Brian Haas as our state attorney and his team that instead of looking for ways not to prosecute cases, look for ways to prosecute cases. And that's unique. So if you want to see a real prosecutor, you look at General Uthmeyer and you look at Brian Haas, our state attorney, the state attorney, because they understand that we are concerned about the safety and security of the overall majority of the people in this state, and we're not worried about the criminals except when they're not locked up, and these guys do the very best. Mr. Haas?
Thank you, Sheriff. I think it's important to start with acknowledgement and thanks to all law enforcement who was involved with this. These are not easy operations. They're high risk, very stressful, and what an amazing job everyone involved with this has done. It starts at the top with Sheriff Judd and the leadership that he gives, and everyone, bringing everyone together, and you read these reports and you can just picture how terrifying some of these moments can be, because these are bad people that we're pursuing. This is not just some kind of academic exercise. This is for real. And I think about the number, the quantity of drugs that were found here and the circumstances that led to it. We all know people who have been addicted or having a difficult time with substance abuse, and guys like Newton, they prey on those people. They know exactly what they're doing. They take advantage of the fact that people are having a hard time, and they exploit it for their own personal financial gain. And you just look at what a pathetic situation we had here with this guy, kids in his car, and just that he would put anyone in that type of situation is just so troubling. So if you read through the reports, he was at this motel, that hotel, this place, that place, and I think our goal here is to give him a permanent address. That's going to be at the Florida State Prison. We have great laws in Florida. We have great judges here in the 10th Circuit. But if one of them decides that they're going to go light on this particular individual, we have mandatory minimums that are going to say otherwise. And it will ensure that this fellow is going to end up in prison for a long time. So I'll conclude with this. We've been here before. We're here today. We'll be here again. And right now, somewhere in Pulk County or across the state of Florida, there's another Newton who's out there deciding to sell drugs, whatever it might be. My advice is find something else to do, because before you know it, you're going to be on one of these boards and you'll be headed to prison as well. Thank you.
The Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the Sheriff's Office here work hand in glove on operations almost non-stop. I brag on them. They work closely with all law enforcement agencies, but I think we occupy a lot of their time. Our special agent in charge, Mark Britnell, is fantastic, and he's going to speak to you about the extra efforts that they bring to the table, not only through their remarkable investigators, detectives, special agents, but with other resources. Mr. Britnell?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sheriff. AG Uthmeyer, Mr. Haas, thank you, guys. On behalf of Commissioner Mark Glass, I'm Mark Britnell, Special Agent in Charge for FTV Tampa Bay. I'm proud to stand here today to announce the impressive results of this operation due to the hard work of investigators and analysts. These partnerships continue to lower the risk of fentanyl and gang violence endangering our communities. None of this would have been possible without the support of Governor DeSantis, General Uthmeyer, and our legislatures continuing funding of the State Assistance for Fentanyl Eradication funding, also known as SAFE. Once again, the SAFE program has delivered. We stood here for years with the sheriff and other agencies across the state touting the SAFE program. It works. As you see the numbers of arrests going up, deaths going down, seizures going up. SAFE is here, and it is working. I'd also like to take a brief moment to highlight some of the amazing investigative techniques and tactics that were utilized by the agencies we see here today to completely dismantle this organization. Early on in the investigation, investigators conducted undercover purchases of methamphetamine. These purchases ranged from 4 ounces to 14 pounds. Think about that, 14 pounds of methamphetamine. Also, fentanyl undercover purchases were made. Again, 2 grams to 2 pounds of fentanyl. As the investigation proceeded, the team developed enough probable cause, as the sheriff mentioned, to initiate a Title III wiretap investigation with the goal of targeting the hierarchy of the organization and completely crushing them as an organization. In the middle of that Title III, as the sheriff spoke about, they gleaned some information about a possible overdose. Agents immediately acted, identified the target, working side by side with the state attorney's office. An emergency order was authorized and initiated. Because of the vigilance and attention to detail, as the sheriff spoke about, William Newton was apprehended with over 6 pounds of fentanyl and 1.5 pounds of cocaine. I can't underscore enough of the efficiency and the urgency by this team displayed during that time. There is no doubt they saved lives. So on January 30th, and I'm sure the sheriff will talk about the roundup day, over 24 agencies came together to take down this organization. And as the sheriff spoke earlier, 78 pounds of methamphetamine, 14.5 pounds of fentanyl, $20,000 in cash, 13 firearms. When there's drugs, there's always firearms, and 51 total arrests. As the sheriff spoke earlier as well, there's 5 members still currently at large. I have no doubt that there'll be a guest of Sheriff Judd's jail very soon. I just want to take the time real quick to say thank you to everyone that worked on this case, the team, all the analysts, agents, investigators, true team effort. This is a great, great case. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, sir. Before I start, you know, I continue to see in articles across the state and nation about drugs are low level and nonviolent. I want you to look at this. Look at this gun. Look at these guns. Look at this fentanyl that enough to overdose and kill 3.3 million people. And the next time you hear someone suggest that drugs are low level and nonviolent, you too can clearly understand that they're a nut, that they need mental health counseling. Because our agents and deputies and detectives are facing this kind of firepower to bring these kind of people into custody. They're very, very, very dangerous people. And I'm about to go over the cards with you, and I think you'll understand when you see the cards why these people are very dangerous. Because they have guns and they don't mind using them. And I think it'll be interesting. I'm going to just flip through them very quickly. I'm not going to try to make the lineage and tie all of that together. We can give you that through the PIOs. But I'm just going to give you a snapshot. This is Eric McCaskill from Winter Park. He's 36. He was released from the Florida State Prison in 2020 for trafficking in meth. He was sentenced on a 3-year minimum mandatory. He drove to Pulk County with 14 pounds of meth. When he was arrested, he said, well, I knew not to mess around in Polk County, but he did, and he's caught. He is a gang member. He's charged with RICO, with trafficking, and he's facing a 15-year mid-man. As State Attorney Haas said, what's important about these minimum mandatories? Because judges can't listen to family members and sob stories and alligator tears and to go, well, heck, he's such a nice young man, and end up giving him 2 years. When what he is, he's a drug-dealing person who's responsible for the deaths of folks. But he's got a criminal history. He's got 30 other felonies, 26 misdemeanors. He's been to Florida State Prison 2 times, once for trafficking and once for fleeing arrest. And then there's Spencer Leonard, 37, in Bartow. He was released from Florida State Prison in 2020 for trafficking in heroin on a 5-year minimum mandatory. Oh, he fled from us when we went to arrest him. Now he's charged with RICO and trafficking in fentanyl, over 28. That's a 25-year minimum mandatory. He also has a criminal history of 12 felony arrests and 12 misdemeanors. He has been to state prison on 2 other occasions. Now, you hear and you're going to hear this drumbeat. They've been to prison. They've been to prison. When they're not locked up, they're out peddling drugs and peddling violence.
Pulk County Sheriff Grady Judd, Attorney General James Uthmeyer, speaking to reporters earlier today about a large drug sweep and some of the arrests they made and what they found in that investigation. We are going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back with more after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Big topic of conversation on Capitol Hill this week has been the Epstein files, between members of Congress getting the chance to view the unredacted files of the Department of Justice to a contentious DOJ oversight hearing where Attorney General Pam Bondi was asked a number of questions about the Epstein files in a hearing earlier this week. Going to bring in Congressman Maxwell Frost, a Democrat from Florida's 10th District, who right here in the Orlando area, joining us live now via Zoom. Congressman Frost, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
So, Congressman, as I understand it, you went to the DOJ this week and spent several hours combing through those unredacted files. What's your big takeaway from digging deep into those records?
Well, the first thing is I'm going to have to go back because there's just so much to go through. And actually, I took to Reddit and went online and asked people for their advice and what they thought I should actually look at very specific documents. And so I'm going to be going back to look at a lot of those. But the biggest thing is we are in the midst of a huge cover-up. The Attorney General of this country, Pam Bondi, President of the United States, have done everything they can to shield these documents from the people. They put it out with these massive redactions. And part of what I did, first off, is I went in to view emails and different PDF documents and FBI documents that have been redacted that we thought didn't have a real reason for being redacted. So everyone knows the law that we passed to release the Epstein files, which we forced in Congress, says that really the only names that should be redacted are the names of victims and survivors. Well, I went through multiple emails that had nothing to do with any victims or survivors, didn't have any of their names, but were just emails about FBI agents or different people talking about Donald Trump's involvement or Donald Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. So there's just huge bits of documents that have just been redacted to the public for really no reason other than protecting the administration. Now, obviously, look, this isn't about Democrats versus Republicans.
Looks like we may be having some issues there with our Zoom feed with Congressman Frost. We will give that a second here and see if we're able to get that cleared up as we talk with him this afternoon about what he's learned from viewing the unredacted Epstein files at the Department of Justice. It does appear we're continuing to have some more issues there with that feed. So we are going to, we'll take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, see if we can get that ironed out, and we'll be right back. All right, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We're chatting with Congressman Maxwell Frost about the Epstein files and what he learned from looking at those unredacted files at the Department of Justice this week. Congressman Frost, we appreciate you joining us, and you were kind of walking us through some of what concerned you about what you saw in those unredacted files at the DOJ.
They're out to get me. They were stopping me from talking. No, I'm joking. I went to the Department of Justice to look through these documents. And, one of the big things is I looked through a batch of documents that I just ended up being confused on why they were redacted to the public in the first place. And the answer is simple, is they had to do with FBI agents talking to each other, or interviews with people who worked at Mar-a-Lago about Donald Trump's either involvement or relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. In the law that we passed that forced, which, by the way, that's the only reason we have the Epstein files, is we forced the law to release the Epstein files. We said that the only redactions that should happen are redactions that have to do with victim names or the names of survivors. But the Department of Justice and Pam Bondi redacted a bunch of stuff just has to do with Donald Trump. And so the other thing is I actually went on Reddit and asked the public and crowdsourced, what documents should I look at unredacted? I have to go back to the DOJ because there's a lot more I need to look at. And I'm actually going to be going to the House floor in the next several weeks when I'm back in Congress to talk about what I saw, specifics, what I saw that was unredacted in those documents as well. And the reason I'm going to the House floor is because it's then protected speech and it protects me from any kind of litigation or legal liability. The people who are protected by a lot of these redactions are billionaires who will go to the ends of the earth to make sure that they protect themselves.
What did you make of the Attorney General's testimony this week? And I know she was asked a lot of questions about the Epstein files. What did you make of what you heard from the Attorney General when she was confronted with some of these questions on Capitol Hill this week?
It was disgraceful and disgusting and just shows how horrible of Attorney General this person is. She's not there to be the top law enforcement officer of this country. She's there to be a lackey and lapdog for Donald Trump, and that's exactly what she did. I mean, she was asked a lot of questions about the Epstein investigation, which is something that many people in this country want to know about. They want to know why Pam Bondi defied the law and took much longer to release what she has released. And by the way, for people to know, the Epstein files haven't all been released. 50% of the files are still under lock and key in the DOJ, have not been released to the public, and they won't tell us why they won't release them. And so the disgusting tone and combativeness just showed what she was there for. She wasn't there to answer questions. She wasn't there for oversight. She was there to try to prove to Donald Trump that, she will protect him by all means necessary. So yeah, there was a lot of questions asked about the Epstein investigation, but not a single damn answer. And it's very disgusting. The other thing I have to bring up that's very concerning, and it's been concerning to Democrats, Republicans alike, is Pam Bondi, and the only reason we know this is because there was a photographer there who was able to get this image of her binder where she had printouts of each member of Congress that had gone into the DOJ and a search history. And essentially what that means is that the Department of Justice was spying on us as we were looking through the unredacted Epstein files. If you're not involved in a cover-up, why would you need to spy on members of Congress when they're looking at the unredacted files? So it's just everyone should be concerned. Again, it's not about party. This is about ensuring that there's transparency. And it was a horrible hearing that was had with the Attorney General.
Last thing here, Congressman, where do things go from here? I know you talked about some of what your plans are moving forward. What's next in all this?
Well, we're going to continue to work to get the other half of the Epstein files released. On the Oversight Committee, we have a lot coming up to continue to work on this investigation. We've subpoenaed the banks for financial records. We have more coming from the Epstein estate. And not just that, but we've also announced recently that the Oversight Committee is going to be traveling to Florida. We'll be in Palm Beach, around Palm Beach area, to do a field hearing with survivors and people associated with this. I'll be one of the leaders of that hearing, and we'll keep everyone updated as to what's going on.
Congressman Maxwell Frost, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon, and thanks for talking with us about your search through the unredacted Epstein files.
Thanks for having me on.
We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. President Donald Trump at Fort Bragg right now speaking to troops at that base in North Carolina, including some of the special forces that were involved in the capture of Maduro in Venezuela. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Whole country, and we had a big victory just recently that you know very well, a victory like they've never seen. So I'd just like you to say a couple of words, Michael. Congratulations.
Thank you. Good to see you. In 2015, Donald Trump came down an escalator and said that he was going to make America great, that he was going to protect our country, that he was going to make sure that our men and women in uniform had what they needed to protect our interests and our allies around the world. And North Carolina stood up and said, that's our guy. And in his term in office and in this term in office, there has never been a president who has fought for Fort Bragg, who has fought for the men and women in uniform in North Carolina, as well as our veterans, more and harder and better than Donald J. Trump, our 45th and 47th President of the United States of America. I am thrilled that he has asked me to run for Senate in North Carolina and is giving me an opportunity to represent you and to fight for you and every other base that we have in this great state to protect our interests, to make sure that America and our allies are going to be protected. Because the highest, most important function for any government is to keep its communities and its citizens safe, and we have the best president right now to do that, and I am honored to be with him today. Thank you. Thank you.
And the word is he's doing really well. But when I heard they were taking the name Fort Bragg off, I said, no, they're kidding. They're not gonna do. They did. They took the name off. We got it back very quickly, but they took it off. And if we don't win the midterms, they'll take it off again. They'll take it off again. You can't let that happen. And this man is exceptional, I'll tell you right now. So with the help of everyone in this room, America is the strongest military on the face of the earth. We rebuilt it. We really did. We rebuilt it in my first term. We had a great first term. We had the best economy in history, but this is blowing it away. But we had a great economy in the first term. We did everything, but we really created a tremendous military. Now, some of it was given away, actually a lot, but small compared to what we did to Afghanistan. You remember that, where they left all the military equipment behind? We wouldn't have left anything. We would get out with dignity and strength, respect. We looked like we were running. We don't run from anybody. That was a Biden embarrassment. What a terrible president. But we came back and we already have rebuilt our military to stronger than it was even then. And we don't leave equipment behind. We don't leave jets behind. I said, why do you leave those jets behind? Sir, I thought it was cheaper to leave it behind. You know, $150 million plane. All they had to do is put a little jet fuel in there and fly it to wherever they want to fly it. These people were the worst. We can't let it happen again. Our military, if the Democrats get in, will be severely misserved. But we rebuilt it in my first term, and now we're making it stronger and bigger and better than ever before. The recruiting is through the roof. You know that after years of recruiting shortfalls, as an example, new enlistments have soared to record highs. We had, a year and a half ago, nobody wanted to join the military. They didn't want to join the Army. You know that. It was like terrible. They didn't want to join the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, the Coast Guard, or my beloved, how about that, Space Force. Do we like Space Force? It's turning out to be very important. But they tried to end that, and actually the military refused to allow that to happen. But you couldn't get people to join. And as soon as we won the election, that election took place on November 5th. From November 5th on, it was like a miracle. Now we have waiting lists for every branch of the military, waiting lists of people to get in. In other words, your jobs are wanted by everybody. And isn't that a better feeling? I'm looking at the smiling faces. We've got a lot of smiling faces. You should be smiling. Last year, the Navy and Air Force and Space Force all surpassed their recruiting goals by 5 months early, and the numbers are through the roof. In fact, it'd be a very good time to expand. You know, it's a good time to expand. But the Army did even better than the others, and you shattered your annual recruitment by almost 5 months and lots of days, but more importantly, the number and the quality of recruit has never been higher. This year, the Army is beating its recruitment goal by 116%, and I'm very proud of that. I was very embarrassed for a period of years as I watched how badly this country was run, standing outside and hearing constantly that we couldn't get people to join our great forces. We ended the scourge of political correctness in our military. We renamed the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Think of it, we won World War I. We won everything. World War II, And everything before, during, and a little bit after, except we fought a little bit differently. We fought to be politically correct. We were a politically correct force with the presidents. But now we have a real force, and you see that with what we did in Iran with the B-2 bombers. A lot of you were involved in that. And what we did recently in Venezuela, nobody ever saw anything like that happen. A Venezuelan general who was on the site, but he moved out fast enough that he lived, because most of them didn't. But he was on the site. He said, we were totally prepared. We saw the planes coming. We saw everything coming. You know, they're a good, strong force. And he said, we got hit like nobody's. They were hit from 17 different directions. They said, there's never been anything like that. It was over in like literally a minute. Everybody was running for the hills. And that's what we have. We have the strongest military in the world by far. We have the best equipment. We have the greatest people, soldiers. We brought back merit as the sole consideration for advancement and promotion in our military. We won the Supreme Court case, shockingly in that case. It took courage to come up with that decision. It's based on merit. Now you want to get into a college, it's based on merit. It's not based on anything else. You want to get into the military, you got to have a little muscle. You got to be strong, like these people here. It's like, you're like central casting. I'm looking at all these beautiful-looking people. But you have to be a certain type to do well. And we were taking anybody that wanted to get in because we wanted to be politically correct. No, it's based on merit now. You get into the military based on merit. And other places also based on merit. There might be advantages to other people in other fields. But this is all based on merit. As long as I'm president, we will be the best led, the best trained, the best equipped, the most disciplined, and the most elite fighting force the world has ever seen. That's what we've turned out to be, and everybody knows it. They all know it. Every country knows it. I speak to all of them. They know exactly what they would be up against. Hopefully we'll never have to test them. And because of our strength and because of what we do, we probably won't have to be tested. That's why this year we're investing also $1 trillion in our armed forces, most we've ever spent. And next year it's being raised. In fact, we're going to be building a number of battleships. You ever hear of battleship? You know, World War II, you saw those big ships, the Iowa, the Alabama, the Missouri, they're going there, sailing through that water like it's nothing. Those big waves are crashing into the front. The hulls are made of 7 inches of steel, not aluminum. Aluminum's fine, by the way. I don't want to hurt the industry. We're doing very well. But I'll take steel. And it's going through those waves like it's a hot knife through butter, right? And it was incredible. It was a great thing. It was a great act of beauty when you looked at that, the scenes, Victory at Sea. I don't know, has anyone ever seen Victory at Sea? Probably the ones that have would have joined the armed forces when you have, but Victory at Sea. And you looked at those battleships. So now we're building 10 of them, initial order, 10. And I said, what about reinstating the old ships? We have some of them in dry dock. Some of them are museums right now, like the Iowas and Rancho Palos Verdes in California. You have a couple of them, and they're still very powerful looking to me. So I said, what about bringing them back? They said, sir, it would be no good. Why do you say that? The new battleship that we have, which I've seen and helped design, I put a little more spirit in the hull, a little more, give me a little bit more hull. And I want that ship to look gorgeous, you know. Forget about stealth. They say, oh, it's stealth. They design ugly equipment for stealth. Well, we're designing great-looking equipment, also stealth. But I said, well, what about bringing them back? Sir, the new ships, the new battleships that we have almost very soon under construction will be, listen to this, 100 times more powerful than the ships that we got to see in the 1940s. Think of that, 100 times more powerful. We need that. This way nobody messes with us, right? We need it. For every service member in our military, this historic investment also includes a well-deserved, across-the-board pay raise, not including 1776. And at my request just before Christmas, we did the, and really in honor of the 250th anniversary, we did that little special payment, which everybody appreciated, and it was an honor for me to do it. As part of the one big beautiful bill that we got approved, which was amazing because it really encompasses all 4 years of the term. We'll also be investing over $1 billion to improve on-base housing, and a lot more than that at Fort Bragg. We're going to be doing, if we get the congressman's wish, we're going to be doing a lot more than that. We're also going to spend billions of dollars on improving here and around the area. We're going to make it great because the people in this area have been so incredible. The spirit they had when they changed the name of this base, the spirit, not even military people, they were so proud of that name, Bragg. They said, we have to bring it back and keep the area safe. It's a great area. In fact, I'm thinking about moving here someday. Maybe I'll move here with our great movie star. We'll move here with our First Lady. We'll move to Fort Bragg. Would you like that, darling? She loves you. It's a possibility. Actually, it's not a bad idea because we love it. But we want to keep this area safe, and we can't do that without the leaders, and your ex-governor is not one of them. It would be a disaster if he got in. And one of the things that I just mentioned and saw, you saw the monster that killed an innocent young Ukrainian girl a couple of months ago, slitting her throat from behind. And this was the man, the governor, that allowed this man to get out and to do that. We don't do that. We don't do that. Everybody knew he was trouble. Many, many crimes, one of the worst pasts I've ever seen. And she sat down, she had her throat slit. And that's not going to happen with Michael Watley, that I can tell you. So I just want to tell you it's very important because our military has to be protected. Our people have to be protected. And they will decimate our military. Every time you come in as a Republican, and a lot of Republicans, they come in, they don't do anything about it. I do beyond what anyone's ever done, not even close. To give you all of the equipment you need, we're also purchasing 30 new and modified Abrams tanks. Still the best tank, right? Still? It was named in honor of Stacey Abrams. Only a few very political people would understand that. Congratulations. Thank you very much for a great name, Stacey. But brand new Abrams tanks, 48 new Black Hawk, Chinook, and King Stallion helicopters, the best in the world, the latest equipment, and 86 armored multi-purpose fighting vehicles. All of the things that you've been wanting to get, all brand new. And we're going to be reviving our strength. We're going to be doing many other things that nobody thought was even possible. And we're actually using that strength to defend the core and vital interests of the United States, and very simply put, America first. You know, it's all about America first. We were putting America last. These people that were running our country were putting us last. We're now America first. And we'll help other countries. We have a very good relationship with NATO, but NATO took advantage of us for many years. We were paying for almost 100% of NATO. Now they're paying their own bills. I got them to pay. We took them from not paying 2% GDP to paying in full 5% GDP. Big difference, like day and night. With the help of our military, we stopped the invasion on our southern border for 9 straight months. 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States, and that's done by the radical left. Those charts are made up by the radical left, so I can't imagine that they could be wrong, because it seems hard to believe we could have had 0. My friends, these are early supporters. I have so many supporters up here. How the hell did you get into the military base? It's amazing. I'm a little worried about that. Let's check security. But no, I have so many. You know, I have women from North Carolina. It's about 50 or 60 of them. And they followed me all over the place. Where are they? Here, they got to be here. Oh, yeah, there they are. They're great. Oh, there they are. There are sometimes 50. And I don't know what the hell's going on with their husband, because they're, you know, traveling to California. They're all over the place. But they've gone to almost 200 rallies, and it's so great. It's so great. We have Susie Wiles here also, who's the first female chief of staff, and she's done a fantastic job, and she's standing right next to those great patriots from North Carolina. No, they would go all over. It didn't matter where I was. Sometimes I'd see them, like, I made a speech in London. They ended up being, they must be pretty wealthy. That's all I know, because they do a lot of traveling. But thank you very much for being here and for your support for years, because they were there right at the beginning. 2015, even 2015, before we started. Some of them were there before I even announced. They said, he'll be a good president. We need a good president. But they're amazing patriots. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And last summer, I ordered devastating strikes on Iran's key nuclear facilities and something that was called Operation Midnight Hammer. That's exactly what it was. 1 o'clock in the morning at midnight with no moon. You couldn't see a thing. And I got the message, sir, they have entered Iranian airspace. And I got to see it all take place. It was amazing. The B-2s, the flying wing. And I didn't understand the B-2s until then, but now I understand them very well. So does he. We just ordered a lot more. The super-duper new model, right? But they flew in. They were totally undetected. And those pilots, I met the pilots. I had them down to the White House.
President Trump speaking right now to troops at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. We're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We're going to check in on some other news as well. So we hope you join us over the next hour on Fox Local and on YouTube, especially after we welcome in our TV audience there for Florida Live. So keep it right here. We've got more live streaming news next on Fox 35 News Plus.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. If you've been with us on our live stream this afternoon, we are continuing to listen in and monitor President Trump speaking to troops right now at Fort Bragg in North Carolina. But we are gearing up for Daytona 500 weekend here in Central Florida. Beautiful day out there at the track right now as we get ready for the trucks race tonight. Really just part of a fun week-long celebration of racing and so much more at the world center of racing at Daytona International Speedway. That's where we find Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte, who joins us live there this afternoon. And Stephanie, how fun, to spend a day at the track, a day like today. Looks like you're having a blast.
We are having so much fun. I am just so happy to be here. You can see we have, like you said, a world center of racing, and we have the cars already going around the track for a qualifying. But like you were talking about, the truck series, that is what is going to be what people have their eyes on, especially seeing Tony Stewart back on that track. But I want to show you what it's looking like right now. You can see all the fans kind of hanging out here right now. as we see these cars going around. We've got the big screen up here where people can watch, and then of course they could see it in person. Lots of people, you know, taking a little break for lunch. I met one family that I'm walking to right now, and they have been coming to Daytona 500 for generations. Hi everybody! Woohoo! So this is the Parker family. And you guys are so excited to be here for Daytona 500 weekend. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Had a couple margaritas. We're watching race cars.
What's better than that?
Not much.
Okay, so tell me about this family tradition for you guys.
So when I first joined the family, this was 2012. That was the first time I came to the Daytona 500. And now I have kids and we get to bring them, and it's super fun. They love race cars. Let's get a good time.
And she's just so cute. Hello. I love your Bucky sweater.
What do you say? Say thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to come around this way. You've been telling me you've been coming for 30 years.
30 years. We've been camping here for 30 years. We camped on the outside, and now this year we're camping on the inside. We're having a great time.
And what is it that brings you back every year?
I think the people, more than anything else, the excitement of it, the racing and everything else is fantastic.
To see now generations of your family here together, having these really precious moments together, sitting here, enjoying a cocktail, watching these cars, hearing the cars go around, what does that mean to you?
It's fantastic. Everybody can show up at the same time with my family and stuff.
Very good. Okay, I got to ask you, Tony Stewart on the track, Truck Series. Are you guys excited to see him?
Oh, yeah. It's great for him to be back, and it brings a lot of people to the sport. I love it for him.
Okay, what do you love about NASCAR? What is it that is so special?
I mean, where else would you rather be than right here, right now? So, it's awesome.
And Daytona 500, we always say it is the Super Bowl of NASCAR. Why is that?
Well, it's the start of the season, so it's big names, big cars, and it's real fast, real racing.
Okay, I got to go around. Who do you have winning Daytona 500?
Ross Chastain.
Okay.
Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson.
Kyle Larson. Very good. Let me come around. You are joining this family. You guys are getting married.
Yes, and this is my first Daytona 500.
As a first timer, how are you feeling?
Awesome.
So much fun.
Yep.
Well, you guys have lots of fun. Enjoy it. Have the best time. And the energy here, Garrett, is just so high. It's so fun to be in here, but we were by all the RVs in the infield earlier, and that is just a hoot too. But for now, we can send it back to you.
All right, Stephanie, it looks like a lot of fun out there, and I don't think you could pick a prettier day to spend at the track right now.
It's gorgeous. I mean, I have this little fleece on. I could probably take it off if I wanted to. Maybe the people who are not from Florida probably would. But it's a beautiful day. The sun is shining. You hear the cars going around the track. I mean, what is better than this?
Yeah, it is certainly nice, and just gearing up for more fun this weekend. A lot of things already underway. Fox 35's Stephanie Buffamonte joining us live from Daytona International Speedway. We appreciate you joining us. And we've got a lot of team coverage from Daytona International Speedway all weekend long. If you saw our stream earlier, Good Day Orlando was out there earlier today. We've got crews coming out there tonight as well. We're gonna check in just a little bit with Laurel Blanchard, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist, going to break down our race weekend forecast, everything you need to know about that in case you are heading out, maybe not today, but one of the other days, so you can make plans for what to do and how to prepare for that. But a beautiful day at the track, huge crowd, big energy already out there right now, and we know it is just going to get even bigger out there, and we are excited for a big weekend of racing. We'll have special coverage from out on the track on Sunday morning as well ahead of that race that you'll be able to watch right here on Fox 35 TV. President Trump has wrapped up his remarks in North Carolina, where he was speaking to the troops there. He is not coming to the Daytona 500 this year. We know he's been there a couple times in the past, so that will it makes things a little bit easier from a security perspective. We heard from Volusia County Sheriff Mike Chitwood earlier today talking about that. But a lot of work goes into the Daytona 500 and race weekend there. And what a special thing. So cool that we get to call that the hometown track here in our area. Well, we've got a lot coming up on the next little bit here on Florida Live, so keep it right here. We're going to have our Tampa connection in just a little bit. We'll check in on the race week forecast. We're also, on the other side of this break, going to be learning more about flamingos as part of a push that might make flamingos the state bird here in Florida. So keep it right here for that. We'll introduce you to some of the unique creatures on the other side of this break. So keep it here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. This week, the Florida House of Representatives approved a bill that could make the American flamingo the new state bird of Florida. We'll still have to wait and see what happens with that bill in the Senate. Right now, the state's bird is the northern mockingbird. It's also the state bird of Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Texas. And proponents of this new bill to make flamingos the state bird of Florida say there is really nothing more quintessentially Florida than the flamingo. So we wanted to learn a little bit more about the unique birds, those beautiful pink creatures. Joining us live now to talk about that, we've got Callie Carpenter, who's the associate curator at the Palm Beach Zoo. And Callie, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Yes, thank you for having me.
So Callie, first of all, tell us where you are. We see some beautiful flamingos in the background.
Yeah, I'm sure you can see some of my pink friends behind me. So I'm standing in front of the American flamingo habitat at the zoo.
So how many flamingos do you have there?
So here we have 19 in this flock.
Now, we wanted to bring you on so we could learn a little bit more about flamingos and what might become our state bird. Are they native to Florida? Is this a native species?
Yes, and that's why I'm so excited that they are getting the recognition that they deserve, because for such a long time they were not classified as a native species, but recent genetic testing has shown us that they are in fact native, and so they do deserve our appreciation and protection.
Now, there was a time, as I understand it, that they had basically disappeared.
Right. And that's why they were thought to be not native for so long, because they almost disappeared completely in the early 1900s. That was largely due to habitat loss and hunting. Their feathers were very fashionable at the time. And so at that point, there were almost no flamingos left in Florida. So it was thought that the ones that we would see in Florida were not native because they were so rare to see at the time.
Has that changed? Are we starting to see more now? And how have we seen that population grow a little bit?
So we are starting to see more. They're very more common to see in the Florida Bay area, as well as some other parts. I've even had reported sightings of seeing them here in Palm Beach County as well. So we are starting to see signs that their population is increasing, which is very exciting. And the genetic testing that's being done has shown that there is a lot of genetic variability amongst those individuals. And so it's really exciting to hear from a conservation perspective, because it means that there is a high likelihood for their ability to historic populations in Florida if they have the right protection for their habitats.
Now let's talk a little bit more about the birds themselves. What makes them so unique? They are certainly different than many birds that we see.
They're iconic. I mean, there's no other bird that looks like a flamingo. You can't mistake it for any other species. And it's especially with that pink color that they have, which they largely get from the food that they eat. You can kind of see them sifting through the water right now behind me with their beaks, and that is them sifting through the water. And they largely eat aquatic invertebrates, and that gives them their pink color. So small crustaceans like tiny shrimp help give them that striking pink color.
I'm curious, do your flamingos there have names?
They do. A lot. They actually, every single one of them is named. And so and that's part of our job, is to build a relationship with them and be able to tell all of them apart. That's part of being able to give them the best care possible. So knowing all of their names. So I know there's one named Princess. There's one named Pegasus. There's a lot of like kind of mystical, fun fantasy names that we've given them.
I feel like that fits really well with the vibe of the flamingos.
Yeah.
So do they fly? Do they honk?
So flamingos can fly. They're interesting because they have the ability to fly long distances, but they prefer most of the time to stay together in large flocks and sift through the water. And they do make a really fun honking noise, and that is they can be really loud sometimes. So I'm happy that you can hear me over the flamingos right now, because sometimes they get really loud when they're all honking in unison.
So we see, quite a few of them kind of gathered there around each other. Are they pretty social creatures?
Extremely social creatures. They love to be in large flocks. And even amongst those, the large flock, they do form pair bonds with each other. So you can kind of see that even though there's so many flamingos behind me, you can see kind of groups of two that are standing closer to each other than they are with other individuals. And those are bonded pairs of individuals.
Okay, that's really interesting. Just to give people an idea of their size, how big are we talking? How big typically do they get?
American flamingos are one of the taller species, so they can get to be, like, when I'm standing next to them, I feel like they're 4 feet tall. I'm not very tall, so I feel like they're as tall as me, but they're not quite that tall.
We know there's a variety of flamingo species. We're talking about the American flamingo right now. Is there something that makes them different from some of the other species of flamingos?
So these guys are a darker pink than many other species of flamingos. So if you come and visit the zoo, we have another flock of flamingos, which are the Chilean flamingos, and they naturally don't get to be as pink. They're more of a light baby pink in color, whereas these guys are more of a dark orangey pink. And so that is one way that you can tell them apart. The Chilean flamingos are also a lot smaller than the American flamingos. So when you think of American flamingos are usually the ones that come up in pictures and the ones that come up in people's minds, because they have that really bright pink compared to other species of flamingos.
You talked about kind of building a relationship with them to take care of them. I'm just curious what the interactions are like, what they are like, what their personality is like. What's it like interacting with them?
They're so goofy in the best way. So part of what we do to build a relationship with them is when we're going in and feeding them, we want to make sure that they are comfortable with us being in there. So they approach us and we scatter some food for them, and they come up, and we'll also have feeding devices that we can like hand them, like little cups that they'll come and eat from the cups as well. And so that allows us to be able to have a good positive relationship with them, get a really good overlook of them to make sure that everybody's nice and healthy. And then it also allows us to do some behavior, like teach them some new behaviors, like stepping onto a scale. So then that way we can monitor their health and things of that nature. So that's why it's so important that we have that positive relationship with them.
And, we talked at the beginning of the interview about how they have kind of had a little bit of a resurgence after kind of disappearing. Why is it so important that you continue to take steps to hopefully see even more flamingos around here?
Yes, flamingos need such specific habitat in order to survive. So they thrive with clean water. So having clean, healthy water not only protects flamingos, but it is really important for us as humans as well. So protecting them directly impacts us and our health as well. And protecting them also protects so many other species that utilize that same wetland habitat that they do as well. So continuing to protect flamingos as the iconic Florida species that they are is really important for helping to restore their population. And in turn, that helps to keep us healthy, and it helps to keep other animal habitats healthy as well.
So with the exhibit there at the Palm Beach Zoo, you've got some cool ways that people can experience the flamingos there. Tell us about that.
Yes. So we actually do have a flamingo experience where you can come and meet our flamingos. Like I mentioned, they are really comfortable with coming up to us. And so that is something that guests can experience as well. So signing up for a flamingo experience through our website, you can come and meet them up close and personal when you come and visit the zoo. And just by doing that, you're helping to save wild flamingos.
Up close and personal with Princess and Pegasus and all the other American flamingos there.
Yes.
All right, love it. Callie Carpenter, Associate Curator at the Palm Beach Zoo. We really appreciate you introducing us to the flamingos there and talking with us about the creatures. They are certainly beautiful birds, and we will wait and see what happens with that bill in Tallahassee. Callie, thank you.
Thank you.
That was a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us here on this Friday Florida Live. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with more on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV right after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. We were just wrapping up our conversation about the flamingo and its potential for being the Florida state bird. We want to know what you think about that. Should the flamingo be Florida's state bird? Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Pull out your phone, scan that QR code you see on your screen right now. Go ahead and get that ready. I'll pull this back up here in just a couple of minutes to give you more time to scan that and give your voice, give your opinion, and let your voice be heard. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here, and it's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area this afternoon. And we're going to bring in Fox 13 Tampa Bay streaming host Regina Gonzalez joining us live now from the newsroom. And Regina, I know it's been a busy day.
It has, but I was still thinking about how the flamingo should be the state bird.
All right, so
I heard you talking to that woman from the zoo. I'm so jealous that she had so many pet flamingos.
I know, pretty cool.
Pets, but
pretty cool. 19 of them. And so we already have one vote then, Regina's vote, that she does believe they should be the state bird. We want to hear everybody else's take on that too. They are certainly unique creatures. I will say that. They are definitely kind of unique and would definitely give a kind of a symbolic feel, I feel like. It definitely feels like Florida.
Right? I mean, here at Tampa International, we have the huge Phoebe flamingo greeting guests as they arrive to the Bay Area, so can't beat that.
Yeah, exactly. And some people disagree with us, and that is fine. We want to know what you think. Should the flamingo be the Florida bird? I bet the Tampa International Airport, they're probably all in on that.
Yes. Phoebe tweets on their accounts on a regular basis.
Yeah, Phoebe is also a great name for a flamingo, speaking of flamingo names. All right, now let's get down to business here, because I know the Attorney General was in Pulk County earlier today speaking with Sheriff Grady Judd there, and with a pretty big announcement about a big operation there.
Yeah, that's right. So I actually even took this live during my streaming hours here in Tampa Bay, and they described it as one of the largest gang takedowns over the last year, happening right in our viewing area of Pulk County. So just a few hours ago, as you mentioned, Sheriff Grady Judd taking the stand along with local, state, and federal partners, including Florida Attorney General James Uthmeyer, announcing the dismantling of a fentanyl and meth drug trafficking organization. They called these undercover operations Operation Bloodline and Flatline. He said that they began last year, and the efforts ultimately led to 51 arrests. They seized 78 pounds of meth and 14 pounds of fentanyl, enough to kill 3 million people. He even had basically a grave tombstone that said those statistics. He also mentioned that they seized at least 12 firearms and lots of cash. So he called these career criminals. And when you talk about the victims, Sheriff Judd said 3 people from Pulk County overdosed and died, while one still remains unconscious, and there's no indication she is going to recover. Sheriff Grady Judd even went as far as saying, I was in the hospital while they were trying to revive one of these victims, and they ultimately didn't survive. So he said William Newton Jr., who went by the name Knowledge, supplied these people with the drugs. And a lot of the suspects that were involved in his operation, they were arrested. They face RICO racketeering charges in addition to drug-related charges. And keep in mind, there are still 5 people wanted in connection with this whole operation. So he seemed very adamant in finding them, but he was calling on the public's help. So pretty shocking news conference there for sure.
Yeah, sad to hear, him talk about some of those victims, sharing the stories of what happened to them, and it's just heartbreaking. To hear those stories.
Yeah, he just said that, obviously these people found the folks involved in the operation because of a certain way, but to ultimately die because of those choices, that is not okay. So he was calling on people's help to find the last 5 that they are looking for. So hopefully he'll find them and justice will be served. The next step, if you were playing it, as you heard, was prosecuting them properly, because a lot of those suspects had just gotten out of jail, some of them serving 7-year sentences, and then they got right back to work. So he said these people need to be off the streets permanently.
All right, our second story, I know in the Tampa Connection, following up on a cold case out of your area. Interesting, we had a cold case in Lake County that we got some new details on today, some closure with the new technology, and it's fascinating how that is helping really bring some answers to families that have been waiting a long time, and I know it's very similar to a case in your area.
Yeah, that's right. This was decades in the making. So we're talking 46 years, actually, of mystery. St. Pete police announced today that they identified the last remaining John Doe on their cold case list. The victim was named as 29-year-old Johnny Bradshaw, who was killed back in 1980 in a double homicide at a motel on 34th Street. That's in downtown St. Pete. Investigators say Bradshaw and an associate at the time, Jack Roy Davis, were both shot in the head at a place called the Siesta Motel. And Davis was identified at the time, but Bradshaw remained unidentified for decades. And for years, police relied on an artist's sketch and a photo of a unique Italian horn pendant he was wearing, hoping somebody would recognize him, but the trail just eventually went cold. Then fast forward to 2010, his body was dug up in an attempt to gather new evidence, but at that time, technology could not yield a name. So the breakthrough ultimately came when cold case detectives sent bone samples to Othram Labs, where advanced DNA genealogy tools produced a full DNA profile and led investigators to Bradshaw's family. So police say Bradshaw's two living sisters had been searching for answers ever since he vanished. And with his identification, St. Pete police now say they have no unidentified John or Jane Does left on their cold case list. So, yeah, it really comes back to that technology that you were just talking about.
Yeah, really making a difference and bringing some answers to families that have been waiting for far too long to get some sort of answers in that. And finally, Regina, in the Tampa Connection here, big weekend for Rays fans. We know spring training is underway, and there's a big fun event for Fan Fest this weekend. I mean, a lot of things to look forward to for Rays fans.
Yeah, absolutely. So as the saga of finding them a new ballpark for the future remains with a lot of question marks, today and this weekend we focus on the present. So this story that we're talking about right now is technically a little preview because we've got a crew out at this tour right now, but we are expected to get a last look at the finished repairs inside of Tropicana Field today before the new season gets underway in April. And it comes about a year and a half after Hurricane Milton tore off much of the roof. That was a huge story down here when we were dealing with those storms. The roof had to be repaired first. The final panel went in last November. And interesting here, the new roof, we can tell you, is made of a Teflon-coated fiberglass fabric called PTFE. It's a material also used in space suits, and it's designed to withstand winds between 150 and 165 miles per hour. Much stronger than before, basically built with the next storm in mind that hopefully we never get. But since then, crews have been working on the inside as well, replacing drywall. They painted the seats. They're repairing electrical and sound systems. They even redid the turf. So like I said, we have a crew on that tour as we speak. It started around 1:30-ish, and we're going to be able to show you inside this evening. We'll be sure to send some of that to you guys. And really, this is the final checkpoint before baseball returns here in April. Tomorrow, we can tell you, if any Rays fans are watching, 1 p.m. outside the Trop, there's a Fan Fest block party, and fans will get to meet the players and compete in a couple of games. So exciting stuff.
Yeah,
I should also mention that the Yankees are here in Tampa for spring training too. I'm a New Yorker, but we're excited for the Rays fans.
All right, yeah, a lot to look forward to for Rays fans. Going to be a fun weekend with the Fan Fest. That'll be a good time, and nice to see the progress made because I tell you what, it still shocks me when we look back at some of the initial video of the Trop after the storm. I mean, just to see what happened with that and the way they've been able to kind of get this work done and. Gonna be ready for opening day. I mean, that's good.
Absolutely. I have to tell you, when Hurricane Milton was rolling through, my coverage area was Pinellas County, and the sad roof of the Trop was the first story I covered damage-wise, and then it just panned out from there. So to see this, it's huge. It got a nice facelift, and it'll be ready for Rays fans in just a couple of weeks.
All right, good stuff. Fox 13 streaming host Regina Gonzalez, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa Connection.
Thanks. Have a good weekend.
And make sure you vote in our poll, should the flamingo be the Florida state bird? We've had a number of votes come in. It looks like most of you are agreeing that definitely the flamingo should be the Florida state bird. Got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, who is joining me live now. And Laurel, let's leave this up here for a second so folks can vote. But what's your take on the flamingo?
Well, okay, question. So I know obviously when you think of Florida, you obviously think of flamingos. Of course, there's a huge flamingo that greets you at the Tampa Bay airport.
Yes.
Like, I feel like, yeah, of course, when you think of Florida, you think of flamingos. Are flamingos native to Florida?
So you clearly were not watching our interview in the last segment because yes, they are.
Oh.
So yeah, and if any of you and anyone else out there missed it, you'll be able to watch that on Fox Local and on our YouTube channel very shortly, where we spoke with the Palm Beach Zoo and they introduced us to some of the flamingos there. They are native, and so this is, some people say, some of the proponents of the bill say it would be a good kind of step to give us our kind of symbolic identity there, because right now we're sharing the mockingbird with a number of other states, and we could have the flamingo as a state bird. Seeing some more votes come in right now.
Interesting. Yeah, I didn't know we shared mockingbird with a couple of other states. That's interesting.
Yeah, 4 others. It's Arkansas, Mississippi, Tennessee, and Texas all have the northern mockingbird.
Huh.
So yeah.
I say Florida should be different. I'm with the definitely crew. That's now 71%.
Yeah. Scan that QR code and let your voice be heard. But let's also let your voice be heard about the forecast, because we know a lot of people are watching it this weekend.
Yes.
Because there are a lot of people here for racing this weekend.
Race weekend. We got to talk about Valentine's Day as well.
Yeah.
So we have a lot going on this weekend. So let's just kind of get right to it, because it is gorgeous outside right now. Look at this. Absolutely stunning view over Lake Fairview right now. But I will say, if you take a look at the bottom of your screen, it is dry out there, and it's going to continue to stay that way. We are looking at probably our good first rain chance coming up on Monday, but that's something that we're going to need to watch really carefully as we take a look ahead towards this weekend. So 76 degrees out there right now. It has been a beautiful way to wrap up the work week, and it's going to continue as we head through the day tomorrow and through the rest of the evening. Temperatures slowly going to start to cool down. They're going to stay mild through the overnight as well, dropping down into the upper 50s, mid 50s area, kind of just depending on where you are. But if you are heading out to the track tonight, it's going to get a little bit chilly, especially in the later part of the day. I was out there yesterday, and once that sun went down, granted it was a little bit more on the breezy side yesterday, once that sun went down, Garrett, it was cool out there, and it was really just going to kind of continue to stay chilly, especially through the overnights, especially once we get a little bit closer to the Daytona 500 coming in on Sunday. So Valentine's Day, let's start off we're starting off with Saturday as we take a look ahead through the weekend, keeping an eye on the possibility of a few very scattered showers, but really the main part of the rain is going to be coming in, taking a look ahead to Sunday afternoon. I think that's a little bit exaggerated, but we're going to be continuing to keep an eye on the possibility of a couple of scattered showers, especially on Sunday, and then taking a look ahead to more the back half of the race. That's when we could be seeing the possibility of a stray sprinkle, but we desperately need that rain. These are all of the counties. This is not just Florida statewide. Over half of Florida is under burn bans right now, and you can see most of Central Florida is also under burn bans as well. So you can see if you are in Gilchrist, Marion, Alachua County, Flagler County, Orange, Brevard, Sumter, Polk, any of those counties are currently under burn bans. Any outdoor burning is completely banned, but grilling is still on the table. So if you do want to take your sweetheart, maybe have a little bit of a barbecue tomorrow night, things are still looking good for that. But we are going to be really keeping an eye on the possibility of those burn bans getting worse. And again, we're really seeing that drought monitor slowly starting to get a little bit more. We saw that severe drought condition really start to grow over the past couple of days. So that's something that we're really watching. And of course, that extreme drought, over 30% now of Florida is now seeing extreme drought, which is crazy. So a little bit of a closer view on us. Moderate view, areas across Orlando and even up into Sanford, you were under a minor risk as of yesterday. Now we are really starting to see that moderate risk, that level 2 of that drought. And that extreme drought really has started to expand, not all the way over to Palm Coast, but now even further into the Villages area. So that's something that we're also going to be watching as we head through the next couple of days. As of a couple of days ago, this was the worst drought that we've seen in over a decade, 2012 to be exact. And with the most recent update, this updates every Thursday, now this is the worst drought that we've seen since 2000. So 25 years that we have been seeing a drought that has been worse than this. So we're really keeping an eye on the possibility of burn bans and water shortages.
Well, I mean, we saw a number of issues this week alone, Laurel, in our area and in the Bay Area.
Yeah.
Wildfires and water shortages, all kinds of things that just in this past week.
Yeah, especially there was a wildfire in Flagler County. There have been lots of prescribed burns, which I know can definitely freak a lot of people out. That's actually helping the environment. Once that burn and getting the underbrush out of there, that is quite literally tinder for wildfires. So with that, allowing that burning to happen, even though it kind of sounds like it's almost counterproductive, starting fires in order to prevent fires, it genuinely does help. So that's something that's going to continue to happen as we kind of continue this quite literal dry spell, but we could be seeing our next chance of rain coming up late Sunday, beginning of Monday. So here's the forecast, keeping those beautiful clear skies out there right now. It is stunning. If you are planning on maybe any early Valentine's Day plans, tonight is going to be perfect for that. Taking a look ahead to Saturday, pretty much the entire day is crystal clear, starting to see some clouds move in as we head through your Saturday night. And then we're keeping an eye on our next cold front. So here is 2:30 in the morning, starting to see those overcast skies start to move in on Sunday. And then if we zoom out a little bit, we can see that frontal boundary way out west in the Panhandle. That's the worst of the rain, but that's not the main rain that we're going to be focusing in on, because as you can see, Garrett, right there, just to the south, and we could be keeping an eye on a couple of these showers very, very close to the speedway as they kind of form out ahead of the front. That's what we're going to be watching, because any little bit of shower can easily delay the race for over an hour and a half. So even just the littlest sprinkle, if it gets the track wet enough, that's going to easily delay the race. So those like little itty bitty showers, even though they might just be sprinkles, that's easily enough to cause sliding and wrecks. So we're going to be watching that very carefully as we head through the next couple of days, especially as lots of folks are here for race week.
Yeah, race weekend, Valentine's Day weekend, the weather this weekend, the forecast for it, kind of like that box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Exactly, but mostly cloudy skies with a little chance of chocolate. I like that, but no rain, so I'm okay with that. That's a Valentine's Day gift in itself.
Yeah.
Hopefully Mother Nature is okay with us kind of extending that gift just a little bit longer to the Daytona 500.
Yeah, we definitely need that on Sunday.
Yes, I agree.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, thanks for joining us for our Florida Live forecast. We know Laurel is pro flamingo.
What are you?
I think I'm definitely for it. I mean, why not? They are unique. They are unique to Florida. I mean, I think it's the perfect symbol. It's the perfect vibe. I mean, I'm all for it. So
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I thought flamingos are a vibe.
Yeah.
They're a Florida vibe.
They're fun. They're definitely fun, unique, fun creatures. So should the flamingo be the Florida bird? It's looking like it's starting to run away with it here. 76% of you saying definitely. Let your voice be heard. Vote in our poll, fox35orlando.com/vote. And you can also scan that QR code that you see on your screen right now. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, but we've got more to get to in this next little bit. So keep it right here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We talk a lot about artificial intelligence and just so many ways that we are now seeing that become part of our daily lives. But there are some growing security concerns about several emerging AI platforms and tools. And on Fox 35 News Plus, I talked with Matt Rose, who's the CXO of TechRage IT, about what we need to be aware of when you are using a couple of these new tools. Matt, we talk often about artificial intelligence and just how quickly things are changing. And so before we kind of get into a couple of these new platforms and tools and what we're seeing with those, let's just talk more generally about the difficulties of making sure that we try to mitigate the risks and stuff, but so challenging when things are constantly evolving so quickly.
Yeah, it's probably the biggest risk we're seeing right now, and it's kind of like the early days of the internet when people kind of didn't know what was going on, but the difference is it's evolving at 10x. So it's really hard to gather, because once you think you've kind of had an understanding of, all right, I've told my staff not to use AI, I've told them not to use ChatGPT or whatever, something else comes out. And it's really hard to find those guardrails, and just makes it extremely difficult.
So one of the things we're talking about today is Moltbook,
yep,
which is just a wild concept, first of all. Just for those who may not have heard of it, what is it, first of all?
Yeah, so Moltbook is basically, it's Facebook for AI agents. And that sounds crazy, but a person actually vibe coded this, didn't write a single line of code, and basically wanted to make a place for agents to talk, similar to a Facebook or a Reddit. So in vibe coding it, he kind of said, I want this to be like Reddit or Facebook, and he wants a place for agents that you create, because an AI agent is, it's agentic AI. It's where you can actually build something that's sort of doing the work for you when you don't have to tell it. And it's supposed to be able to do little jobs, or like a marketing agent that you can say, hey, I need to get another LinkedIn post, and made it so that they can chat and talk about their lives, I guess.
So now they have a place they can hang out after they're done with the tasks. It's the AI water cooler.
It really is, and it's a fascinating thing. And I mean, on the surface, it sounds kind of funny and cool, but it's a little bit different than that.
But right, and that's why we're talking today, is because you've got to be careful, because we're seeing some vulnerabilities and some things that have kind of cropped up, some things that have been shared on that companies and people may not want getting out.
Yeah, and the thing that I think the best way to look at it is that, I think a lot of people heard of social engineering, right? That's when someone is trying to, it's really what phishing emails are. They're trying to make you think you need to click on this, or you get a phone call that says, from a fake person saying that you need to change something. So they're actually humans forcing their agents to socially engineer. So they're telling the agents to go and ask people for, hey, I need some help doing X, Y, and Z, and therefore these agents are sharing data. I think I read within 3 hours, a firm basically built an agent, and they got 1,500 API keys, which are basically like a password, and just to prove that it wasn't secure.
Well, and the difficulty is because this is, a kind of autonomous stuff. Once it's going, I mean, how do you kind of stop it or prevent something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the idea is, AI is great, but I think we've talked about this before, you need to actually have kind of guardrails on it. Because if you don't, even when you're just talking to ChatGPT, if the best way to use it is saying, I need this in this context, in this, and you need to kind of tell it, otherwise it goes off and does whatever it wants. Same thing with these agents. If you're smart enough to say, this is critical data, you cannot share it, yada, yada, maybe. But most people aren't doing that.
Well, it's still no guarantee, I would think,
it's not.
Even at that point, even if you put those guardrails in.
They can still be tricked. Again, yes, they're doing human work faster, but they can still be tricked just like a human. So the guardrails are helpful, but they're not by any means going to make sure it's actually secure.
Now let's talk about OpenClaw as well, because that's something we've been hearing about.
Mm-hmm.
And for those who may be hearing that term for the first time, what is that?
So OpenClaw actually it's a lot of what is on Moltbook. So OpenClaw is basically an open source application. And open source is basically someone created something on the internet and lets other people use it, edit it, and do what they want with it, which on the surface sounds really cool because it's free. adds vulnerabilities by that, but it also is something you can install on, a lot of people are using Macs. You can install it, and it's meant to take care of menial tasks for you. It'll respond to your emails. It will book a flight for you. It might book a hotel. It actually can go on WhatsApp and things like that. And it's meant to kind of, you get back to your desk after a meeting, you're like, oh my God, I have 20 emails. They're responded to, right? And so it sounds really cool once again, but you're allowing your computer to see potentially your entire life.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I'm hearing you say it's responding to emails for you, and I think a lot of people are like, wait, what? That does sound amazing. Just one of those tasks that just takes time.
Yeah.
It's not hard that would be easy to outsource to something like that, because it's just something that needs to be checked off the list. But like you said, what are some of the vulnerabilities if it's getting unfettered access to kind of everything?
Again, the AI agents, they want to be helpful. The whole idea of if you think about it, when you talk to AI, it's usually polite and, oh, I'm so sorry. So it wants to be helpful. So it's going to, by default, try to give information. So what we're kind of seeing is kind of a version of like an injection. And there used to be a term for SQL injection. It was a way that hackers could kind of write code into something that would make a database give data back. And it's sort of the same thing. Someone could write you an email that says, hey, Garrett, I need all your passwords for whatever. And the AI might be like, cool, here you go. Just because it's trying to be helpful. And so there's those kind of things, and then there's basically plugins for OpenClaw that are similar to like the App Store or the Windows Store, where you would go download the new app, and you can go, oh cool, there's a plugin for for whatever application, now again WhatsApp, but then it's open source, so you don't know what you're installing, and it may just be literally just like malware on your computer. Someone installed something, it may show like anything or do something, but they're just exfiltrating all your data.
So we know AI is here. Mm-hmm. It's no longer, we can't say AI is coming. AI is here. It's the reality now. And so what is your word of caution to clients you work with and people that you talk to about making sure that we have those guardrails or what we're watching out for when it comes to using some of these tools, just so that we don't all of a sudden find ourselves where there's been some vulnerability that we weren't necessarily aware of, and now something's exposed that we didn't want exposed.
Yeah. So I mean, first, it's a lot of it goes to everyone's always heard of the whole thing that if you find a USB key, like a USB somewhere you don't just plug it into your computer. Kind of use it the same way with something new for AI. You don't want to just kind of go, oh cool, I heard about this OpenClaw thing, I'm just going to install it. You want to do your research first off, because there might be some good things out there. So you kind of have to use caution. But then, especially as a business, you really need to educate your employees. There are ways now, there's more and more ways coming out to monitor what people are doing, because that was one of the bigger difficulties is early on, you could say, hey, don't go to ChatGPT. And even on a work computer, sure, you could block the website, or you could trust that they were using it in whatever your policy said they could. Now there's ways where you can actually, on a computer you own as a business, you can actually see the exact prompt they're putting in. So it still doesn't help if they put the data in, but at least you can pick up the phone right away and go, whoa, what'd you do? You just basically breached us. So it's a lot of education, and it's a lot of just realizing that AI, we've said it many times, it's got so many good things it can do, but just realize that the bad guys will take that, and they're, we're also trying to get our work done. We're trying to, make things look cool and whatever. They're just trying to attack us. So all the time we're spending trying to make a funny graphic or make yourself into a caricature, which was the big thing on LinkedIn like last week. They don't care about that stuff. They're like, how can I steal everything important to you? So you just have to have that caution.
Well, just like you would have to be careful in public. Mm-hmm. You're not going to be giving your PIN number out, talking about your PIN number or your credit card number or your passwords when you're in a crowd of people.
Right.
You got to be careful with what you're sharing with these AI agents, because as we learned today, now they could go and blab about it on Moltbook as well. But I mean, we laugh about it, but it is something that we just have to be, I think, very cognizant of.
Yeah, I mean, again, AI is here to stay. I mean, some people have thought it's a bubble. It's not. But it's a matter of, and we've had this conversation. I don't know if it's regulation. I don't know if that's the answer either, because I think that if we did that as the U.S., other countries aren't, and that'll affect us in other ways. But so I don't know if that's the answer, but it just goes back to anything. It's education and realizing that you need to do your research as to what is happening or could be happening with your data, and it's just taking a step back, and hopefully that helps everybody get to the right decision.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic. There's no shortage ever of things to talk about when it comes to AI, just because it's constantly evolving. I'm sure that's something that you see, someone working in IT and trying to prevent some of these issues from happening for people.
Yeah, it's one of these things. The common thing we get is the AI note takers, and they've sort of become standard, right? And so I don't want to say we just flippantly allow them, but like people understand what that is. They're listening to your meetings, they're giving you notes, whatever. Paid ones are always better, kind of thing. But then it is getting into like, what if someone was trying to, we would be able to detect if they're doing OpenClaw, but like there are so many. Everything you look at is AI. You go to any software, any SaaS software, whatever, AI.
Yeah.
And then I briefly talked about it earlier with the creator of Moltbook, but vibe coding is really cool, but horribly dangerous. Because people are basically saying anybody can go and vibe code and just be like, you know what, I pay $1,000 a year for this software. I'm just going to make my own. And that sounds really good, and it'll actually build it for you, but it'll have literally zero security.
So be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's a fascinating tool. It's a helpful thing, but like you said, it really has just taken off to the point where for the longest time AI was kind of the buzzword, and now it's just kind of expected, with all these tools and these different things. So it's fascinating to see and look at. Matt Rose, CXO of TechRage IT in Winter Springs. We appreciate you joining us and letting us know what we need to watch out for.
Thanks for having me.
That's Matt Rose. We're going to take a break here on Florida Live, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Weimer here. Thanks for joining us on this busy Friday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We are just about out of time here on our hour on Fox 35. I appreciate you joining us. We've covered a lot of ground here, but I want to let you know that our live streaming news coverage continues next over on Fox Local and on YouTube. So if you're already watching us on one of those digital platforms, just sit tight because we've got much more to come. We're going to check in on a news conference from South Florida commemorating the anniversary of the Parkland shooting. 8 years. Tomorrow will be 8 years since the shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. So we will have that coming up in just a little bit. We're also going to check in with Senator Ashley Moody, who's going to be joining us live from Daytona International Speedway. We'll have the chance to talk with her about her first year in office and some of the things that have been going on. It's been a busy week for her on Capitol Hill. We've heard from her in some of those contentious hearings on Capitol Hill this week as well. So we'll get the chance to talk with her about that. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube for more of that. We got another half hour of live streaming news content coming up next. If you're watching us on Fox 35, we appreciate you joining us. Stay tuned for more from Daytona and a whole lot more coming up in just a little bit. Hope you have a great weekend. If you are heading out to the track, enjoy it. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. 3 o'clock on this Friday afternoon. We are counting down toward the weekend. Appreciate you joining us here on Fox Local and YouTube. We've been live streaming for the past 4 hours, and it has been a busy day today. A lot of excitement around the Daytona 500. I want to let you know coming up in just a little bit, we're going to be able to check in with Senator Ashley Moody, who is going to be joining us live from Daytona International Speedway. So we will check in with her there and get to talk with her about politics, some of the issues that are facing Florida and the country. She's made some headlines this week for some back and forths with the Minnesota Attorney General, specifically yesterday. That was a part of that hearing that we were able to bring you live here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are also looking at tomorrow and the 8th anniversary of the shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School in Parkland, Florida. And at a news conference just a little bit ago, Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz was joined by the father, one of the fathers who lost a daughter in that shooting, and they talked about commemorating this somber anniversary and some more of the reforms that were made in the aftermath of that shooting and where things stand with that. I want to get you to that news conference that wrapped up just a little bit ago.
On February 14th, 2018. And what Jamie's Law would do is apply a common sense approach to ensuring that we can continue to put obstacles in the path of someone who intends to do harm with a firearm. It is already federal law that you cannot buy a gun if you are a prohibited purchaser, a felon, a domestic violence abuser, or if you're adjudicated mentally ill. It is also already law that you are prohibited from buying ammunition if you fall into those three same categories. The only difference is that there is no enforcement and there is no background check required under federal law to ensure that you can't buy ammunition if you are a prohibited purchaser. That must end, and we have to make sure that if you try to buy ammunition, which is actually the only way that a firearm becomes deadly, is if you load it with ammunition, that you cannot do that. I have worked on safety issues for my entire legislative career, and one thing I know is that you can't prevent every tragedy, but you can make it less likely when you put obstacles in the path of someone who.
Thank you for having
It's
me.
good to see you again, even though, I know for years we've said we wish we knew each other for other reasons. Thank you for your leadership and your advocacy, and the floor is yours.
Sure. So as the Congresswoman said, tomorrow is going to be 8 years. 8 years since the Parkland shooting. 8 years since the phone call confirming my daughter was killed. 8 years since trying to convince my son, who is on the campus, that he needs to run so that he isn't also potentially a victim. 8 years of missed birthdays, 8 years of missed graduations, 8 years of missed holidays. I am someone who is fortunate that my wife and I stay close with all of these kids that Jamie was friends with. We're getting to watch all of these kids grow up into incredible young adults, and they're doing it without Jamie. And because of that, because of what happened to my family, I've devoted my life to doing something about gun violence in America. That doesn't make me anti-gun. It doesn't make me anti-Second Amendment. It makes me anti-gun violence. Almost 8 years ago, you and I sat here, and you explained to me the federal law around ammunition, and how there was no requirement for a background check. And that was when you and I said, Jamie's Law. It's the simplest, most sensible thing I can recommend after years and years and years of working on this is, why not extend background checks to ammunition? Why not stop a prohibited purchaser of firearms who maybe gets his gun in some illegal way, or at a gun show, or from a family member, and then just walks into the store to buy the bullets to cause harm? Why not put a stop on that? Why not put a roadblock? That's all that Jamie's Law will do. I'll just end with this. I've been told by many that I'm wasting my time continuing to pursue it with this administration. I disagree. And I will tell you why. As recently as less than 2 weeks ago in Minnesota, we saw Alex Preddy get killed. I think I have his name correct.
Mm-hmm.
And immediately after that, we saw this White House occupant come out and say, you shouldn't be on the streets with weapons. We saw members of his administration say, you shouldn't be on the streets with weapons. And so if they recognize that we are now armed to the point of danger, over about 450 million weapons in America, let's do something about that by extending background checks to ammunition. It'll be in everybody's interest and for the good of public safety. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're happy to take any questions.
What are the prospects? Do you have any idea with the passage and support? What do you think?
We do have federal legislation. Senator Richard Blumenthal from Connecticut is the lead sponsor in the United States Senate. I think people recognize that this is a common sense, low impact proposal that would ensure that, again, people who are already prohibited, we're not introducing a new law that says you shouldn't be able to buy ammunition if you are a prohibited purchaser. That is already law. We're saying that if you have a law on the books, why would we not have something to ensure that it can be enforced? I sit on the Appropriations Committee. I'm a senior member of the Appropriations Committee. We would also need to make sure that we add more resources so that the instant background check process has some funding to be able to expand the personnel that can do these checks. These checks are quick. They're instantaneous. They really don't infringe in any way on people's right to purchase ammunition, certainly if they are a lawful purchaser. And doing a background check would be the flag that you need to stop a purchase. And look, there are folks that say, well, these are criminals and criminals don't follow the laws. Look, we've seen with crimes all across the country with firearms, sometimes someone uses a gun that they lawfully purchased, sometimes it's one that was unlawfully purchased, and the same goes with ammunition. Safety is about putting an obstacle in the path of someone to prevent someone else's harm. And an instant background check to enforce a law that's already on the books is absolutely a critical step to ensure that we can make it less likely that people die at the hands of someone who has a firearm. And the whole idea, in all the years I've been in the legislature, if I gave up after one or two legislative sessions or congresses and just stopped trying to pursue a good idea, I wouldn't have gotten a whole lot done. I have a long list of bills I've passed into law that didn't pass the first go around. But you have to make sure that you're building momentum, both among the public so that they can put pressure on other legislators, on their own legislators, to support legislation that they know will keep people safe. And that's what we'll keep doing until we can get this into law.
To answer your question a little differently, I'll say it this way. The prospects will be a lot better if people show up and vote in November. Okay? We passed Bipartisan Safer Communities Act legislation a few years ago. If you would have asked me maybe 5 years ago, what are the prospects for that? It would have been the same answer that you're getting here today. But because people voted, we got it done. And so, and by the way, it worked. It's working. There's a reason for the historic declines that we're seeing in gun violence right now. And so I will just say, in this current Congress, it's an uphill. If people vote, we can get things done.
Thank you. Glenn?
So it looks like you filed this legislation every single Congress since 2018.
I have, yes.
Why doesn't it move? It's kind of a no-brainer. Why doesn't it move?
It should be a no-brainer, but look, the gun lobby are extremely powerful. The legislative process, to begin with, is designed by our founding fathers naturally to not make it easy and to pass legislation, and you have to build consensus. But setting that aside, the gun lobby, the gun manufacturers, the NRA, they are a powerful lobby, and they put tremendous pressure. They lie, they make things up, and they scare and intimidate members of Congress from being supportive of this. And essentially, they just go to the leadership, the Republican leadership of the House and Senate, and they say nothing that has anything to do with gun safety should come to the floor. And then it doesn't. And we have to have an election that results in a gun safety majority Congress. And we have an opportunity to do that later this year. But in the meantime, making sure that this Jamie's Law is introduced, that I have a chance to get co-sponsors on that bill, and Senator Blumenthal as well, that through advocates like Fred can tell their stories, and being able to build momentum around support for this legislation is critical.
Fred, 8 years of your activism, do you feel like you've honored your daughter's memory with all that?
You're all seeing the same reports that I'm seeing about a historic decline in gun violence. And I know, because of the work that I had a chance to do with so many other great people, the Congresswoman, other members of Congress, and activists around the country, I know because of that work, and you all know my daughter was a competitive dancer, I know there are moms and dads right now watching their children dance because their children were not a victim of gun violence. My son played hockey, ice hockey. I know there are moms and dads right now watching their kids play ice hockey and other sports because those kids were not victims of gun violence. That reduction in gun violence means a lot to me. I know my daughter is proud of the work that we did for others. I am her voice now. And my daughter was always a beacon for good, always. And I know she's looking down and saying, Dad, you did good.
I'm sure of that. Look, keep in mind, the Republicans have a one-vote majority right now. There are lots of things that we have been able, lots of legislation and appropriations that we've been able to force to the floor or get into law through the appropriations process because the margin is so tight. And, in a way, that's good. I mean, because we have such close margins that Republicans can't do everything by themselves, like you see what's going on in Tallahassee. I mean, what's going on in Tallahassee is horrific, where you have an out-of-control attorney general in this state who, because he refused to enforce the open carry law, as a result, we have open carry in this state by default, and people are walking around with, AR-15s strapped to their bodies and guns strapped to their hip and walking into supermarkets and public places because our Attorney General won't enforce a law that's already on the books. In the legislature, they're trying to roll back the hard-fought laws that the Parkland parents were able to successfully help pass to make sure that you have to have a level of maturity as a young adult to be able to purchase a long gun or a rifle, and that's why our law requires you to be 21, upheld by a court. Republicans and Ron DeSantis are trying to roll that back. Ron DeSantis is also trying to roll back the red flag laws and ensure that when a court decides, a judge decides that someone is a danger to themselves or others, that their firearms can be taken from them and they can get them back, through a judicial process. But that is something because Ron DeSantis and the Republicans are in bed with the gun lobby, that is a battle that we will ceaselessly have to fight until we can ensure that there is a gun safety majority in Congress and in our state legislature.
And what do you make of one of the first bills that passed the House this session is rolling back back to 18, the age to 5.
Yeah.
Part of the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas law.
Listen,
8 years later, what do you make of that?
I make of it too many Floridians didn't vote. And because of that, we have a supermajority that behaves like a menace. A menace to our public safety, a menace to society. The Attorney General that was just mentioned is behaving like a menace. By not defending laws, he is working now to roll the age back without any kind of legislation. He is a menace. I'll just say this, to those in Tallahassee who every year they've tried to roll it back, by the way, and every year they have failed. Fortunately, we've had support in the Senate. It is held up in court, not just lower courts, higher courts as well, not just the 3-judge appeal court, but the full appeals court. It's consistently held up. And so the law is right. The law works. The law saves lives. Just because they have an allegiance to a gun lobby doesn't mean they should get away with what they're doing. And I would just encourage all of you to continue to call it out and call them out, because we need to turn voters out who have had enough.
Keep in mind, so many of the young people who have committed these horrific mass shootings were younger than 21 years old. I mean, there's anyone who has parented an 18-year-old through the age of 21 and a little bit older than that knows the very significant difference in development and maturity between an 18-year-old and a 21-year-old. And so it is imperative that we make sure that our laws are designed to keep the public safe. Putting guns in the hands of underdeveloped minds, young people who don't have the maturity to not only handle their own emotions, but make decisions that are rational. And certainly that isn't applicable to everyone. But there's a reason that we have laws that are designed to keep the public safe. We don't let 15-year-olds, we don't let 14-year-olds drive a car. We have age restrictions for many different things that would put something in the hands of a younger person that would potentially hurt others. And a gun is the deadliest.
And I'll just say this. Floridians clearly liked it, because every Republican who voted for it has stayed in office or been elevated to higher office. Nobody got punished in any vote by the citizens of this state. And so, you know what? Floridians like it, and I do sure hope they come out to vote in November and making that clear.
We will continue to press for common sense gun safety reform. No one's trying to take anyone's guns away.
Nope.
Nobody's trying to do anything extreme. We just want to make sure that when our kids go to school, when people go to the movies or to a grocery store or to a concert, that they don't have to worry about getting gunned down in the street from somebody or at an event from someone who should never have had a firearm in the first place. And if Jamie's law becomes law, then we'll have an opportunity to make that less likely. Any other questions? Okay. Thank you all.
So that was, you heard from Debbie Wasserman Schultz and also from Fred Guttenberg speaking at that news conference just a little bit ago. We're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are still standing by, anticipating our chance to speak with Senator Ashley Moody live from Daytona International Speedway here in just a little bit. So keep it here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Friday afternoon. Were you up early this morning to watch the Crew 12 launch? 4 crew members, including 2 NASA astronauts, currently on their way now to the International Space Station. They're going to be up there for a while there as they get their chance in the rotation aboard the ISS. They launched early this morning. They are expected to dock about 24 hours from now, tomorrow afternoon, when they are supposed to be docking on the ISS. We heard from the NASA administrator, some of the other NASA and SpaceX officials earlier today at a post-launch news conference talking about the launch of Crew 12 and where things go from here.
Good morning, everyone. What a absolutely wonderful start to the day. We saw a remarkable Crew 12 launch, a very impressive F9 return to launch site. I'm sure everybody heard that, all while Artemis 2 sits on the pad in preparation for its historic mission. So following this morning's launch operations, Dragon completed its on-orbit checkouts. Nose cone is open, and the crew are now safely on their way to the International Space Station. Teams throughout the agency, SpaceX, ESA, Roscosmos, and more continue to monitor progress of the mission ahead of its docking. I've said it before, I'll say it again, that this mission has shown in many ways what it means to be mission-focused at NASA. So just to recap, in the last couple of weeks, we brought Crew 11 home early. We pulled forward Crew 12 to the launch date today, all while simultaneously making preparations for the Artemis 2 mission, which its next window will open up in early March. That's only possible because of an incredibly talented workforce that we have here at NASA, alongside our contractors and our commercial and international partners. So along this mission, NASA is sending an astronaut into space again into space for the first time. So I want to congratulate Jack Hathaway. This is what he's trained for, and I know he possesses the qualities found in many accomplished astronauts. This crew will continue critical scientific research in the orbiting laboratory, but they will be making history in many other ways. For example, I think this is very exciting, we will have the first spaceship to space station call between the International Space Station and a lunar mission with Artemis 2. Just really think about that, right? It's pretty exciting. I can only imagine what it's going to be like in the years ahead, right? You have multiple space stations that are up there, cruise cargo going to and from the lunar environment, people phoning home from a moon base. It's pretty exciting to think about, and we're taking a nice step in that direction in the mission ahead. In addition, this mission maintains our over 25 years of continuous human presence in low Earth orbit. So the crew, along with the subsequent ones to follow, will absolutely make the most of our International Space Station. We are going to get our highest potential science and research up there with the aim of cracking the code and igniting an orbital economy. So someday we do live in a world with lots of commercially operated space stations in line with our President's national space policy. And with that, I will turn it over to Steve Stitch.
Thank you, Administrator Eisenman, and thank you all for being here on a really happy morning. I'm proud to say we didn't talk about weather much at all after talking about weather for a whole week. We're blessed with really good launch site weather this morning and really good weather down the ascent track, which we've been monitoring all week, and we finally found the right day to launch on Friday the 13th. I understand this is the first time NASA's ever launched on Friday the 13th, so pretty amazing times. Really appreciate all the hard work between NASA and SpaceX and on Crew 12. It's great to get the launch behind us. Of course, that's the first step. The crew's doing well on orbit. Jessica, Jack, Sophie, and Andre are settling into their kind of off-duty period. They did a phasing burn a little while ago to set up the rendezvous. We'll be docking on Saturday about 3:15 Eastern. There will be another burn late tonight around just before midnight, another phasing burn. We really didn't have too many things to work during the countdown. It was really quiet with Falcon 9 and Dragon. Nothing really off nominal. As Jared said, the spacecraft got on orbit. We checked out the service section Dracos. The forward bulkhead Dracos are firing just fine. All the systems on Dragon are working well, and so we'll just continue to monitor the progress of the vehicle until we get in. Looking forward to docking. Hopefully our teams will get a little rest today. It's been a busy, long week with the launch. I really want to thank all of our partners, U.S. Space Force, Detachment 3, U.S. Coast Guard, Department of War, the FAA, all the agencies that support us. I want to thank the Space Station program, SpaceX, and all our international partners. And I'll turn it over to Dana.
All right. Thank you very much, Steve. And thank you all for being here. I would like to extend my thanks and appreciation to the Commercial Crew Program and the SpaceX team for the tremendous amount of work that they did leading up to today's successful launch. And I'd also like to thank the Space Station team for being flexible and adapting all of the onboard plans in light of the early return of Crew 11. With today's launch, we've got docking tomorrow, as Steve said, 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time. That docking will be to our Node 2 Zenith port. Really looking forward to having the crew on board and having the extra helping hands. This will be the second flight for Jessica and Andre and the first flight for Jack and for Sophie. So really excited to have them on board. Chris is doing great on board along with the two cosmonauts. He's been doing research, cargo packing, and a little bit of tidying up, getting ready for Crew 12's arrival. When Crew 12 gets there, they'll spend a few dedicated days with Chris going through handover. Top of the agenda is going through the emergency response procedures, becoming familiar with the location of the emergency equipment, and then outfitting the Dragon with some of the standard emergency hardware. They'll also do familiarization work with some of the equipment that they would commonly interface with, toilets, exercise equipment, those types of things. They've got some critical research they'll be transferring for us in the first couple of days from freezers that we sent up with the Dragon. And then they've got a little bit of initial human research work that they'll be doing. And that's critical overall just for our long-term plans to fly longer and longer duration missions and making sure that we're taking care of astronauts' health as we look forward to Moon and Mars, longer durations. One unique thing we're doing for this handover, normally we've got 4 crew handing over with 4 crew, and since we've got Chris doing a little zone defense with the entire crew, we supplemented and had some onboard videos put together. So some of those were from previous crews, and then Chris made some. So when Crew 12 gets up there, they'll also do some video review. As you heard in the pre-launch briefing, we've got a busy few months in front of us on board Space Station. At the end of this month, we'll be undocking the SpaceX 33 cargo mission. Beginning of March, we will unberth HTV X1. We've got a very brief docking sensor demonstration we'll do with the vehicle, then we'll release it. In mid-March, we're planning to do an EVA to finish installing a modification kit to one of our solar arrays. This is called the 2A array, and that's in preparation for upgraded IROSA rollout arrays that are coming up later in the summer. We've got a second EVA in April to install the other modification kit on our very last array, the 3B array. Towards the end of March, our Roscosmos colleagues are going to launch a Progress cargo resupply vehicle. And then in April, we've got the Northrop Grumman 24 Cygnus mission. So a lot going on. As always, very, very busy on board Space Station. And we're really looking forward to having the crew on board. With that, I will pass it over to Daniel.
Okay. Thanks, Dana. Let me start by congratulating everybody for this amazing launch. Everything went really flawlessly, so thanks to the teams at ESA, NASA, SpaceX, and all the partners for their incredible work done. My first thought, of course, is going to the crew, and Sophie in particular. This is just the start of a journey. I know that they are very well prepared, and I'm really excited to see the next steps unfold. Sophie will be the first of her astronaut class to embark on a long-duration mission, and she had an incredible journey. I cannot stress enough how well she has been performing in a very short duration of time. Something unanimously underlined by her trainers is her mindset, which is well reflected in the patch of the mission. On top of Crew 12, on Expedition 74 patches, we also have an ESA patch, because we never get enough of those, of course. The name of her mission is something she chose, something she felt aligned. It's called Epsilon, and it reflects the power of small yet impactful contributions and how multiple parts unite to create a whole. A nice message of modesty, underlying that an astronaut is only, in bracket, a part of a wider group, one piece of a complex puzzle. We are really all very proud of her and how she represents ESA, Europe, and France. I also take the opportunity today to reaffirm ESA's commitment to the International Space Station and the peaceful exploration of space. We are here this morning after the launch of 2 Americans, a Russian and a European, as one crew. This is again a testimony of what we can achieve together. The ISS stands as a powerful symbol of humanity. Our meeting this week between NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman and ESA Director General Joseph Aschbacher gave us the opportunity to reaffirm our shared commitment of continuing this remarkable journey. Together, we are already preparing the next chapter, guided by common objectives, increasing the pace of human space flights, and creating new opportunities for research and scientific discovery. But low Earth orbit is not our final destination. We also, this night, also SLS on the pad. And I'm confident that through the Artemis program, to which ESA provides key contributions, we are returning to the moon because we want to stay there. And down the road, Mars will follow. Finally, today, from every corner of Europe, we fly with Sophie. And with that, over to Juliana from SpaceX.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here today to celebrate the launch of the Crew 12 mission. As you've heard, Falcon 9 successfully lifted off and safely delivered the Dragon spacecraft and its crew to the intended orbit. And as you also heard, the Dragon spacecraft will be approaching the ISS tomorrow at 3:15 p.m. Eastern. And after the successful docking of the Dragon spacecraft to the International Space Station, the SpaceX team's next big milestone, as you heard Dana mention, is the CRS-33 Dragon return, which we're targeting at the end of this month. So it's also a busy time for SpaceX too. I have a few fun statistics. This launch, the Crew 12 mission, is the 20th human spaceflight mission that SpaceX has launched. Also, when the Dragon capsule docks with the International Space Station, it will be the 51st time a Dragon spacecraft has docked with ISS, or has visited ISS, I should say. Also, the Dragon spacecraft Freedom, this is its 5th flight. It previously launched Crew 4, AX2, AX3, and most recently Crew 9, and now Crew 12. Also, as you heard the administrator mention, this is also a first for SpaceX, where the booster returned to its launch site, its actual launch site, LC-40, and which is, I always like to think that the booster feels like it's returning home when it returns exactly to the launch site. So that's a fun one. And that's something we'll be doing going forward. LC-40 is where our landing zone is. And yeah, on behalf of everybody at SpaceX, we are incredibly proud to support human spaceflight missions and all of the amazing science and research that happens on the International Space Station. So on behalf of everyone at SpaceX, we want to give a big thank you to our partners for their trust in us, and thank you for flying SpaceX. And back to you, Bethany.
Great. With that, we will open the floor to questions. I see we have so many people here in the room. And I also just want to remind the people who are dialing in that you can dial *1 to get into the queue and *2 to get out of the queue. We have a microphone here in the room, so if we want to go right over here.
Hi, JoshDinnerspace.com. Thanks for doing this. Were there any lessons learned from Crew 11 that have informed maybe future pre-launch readiness procedures? Crew 12 got to launch a little bit early. Is there anything in the future, should you need to bring another crew home early, that the next crew on deck will be ready to take over in a different or a quicker way?
Yeah, I mean, the vehicle, we were able to, we were processing Dragon a little bit ahead of schedule the whole time, and so we looked at the readiness of Dragon, and we're able to accelerate it a little bit. We probably could have moved the launch up a little bit more with Dragon and Falcon 9. At the end, when you look at the totality of a mission, it's getting the vehicles, the hardware, and the software ready, and also the crew. And so in this case, crew training was what drove the date that we selected. So we're looking at all those things. We were working already ahead for Crew 13 and trying to have Dragon ready a little bit early again. We have that luxury right now with our manifest. And I'll see if Dana has anything to add.
Yeah, I would just add that, we've got 7 people total on board Space Station. And the way we're flying today, we have a cosmonaut who flies with us. Of course, Andre launched with us today. And then we've always got a USOS crew member, a NASA crew member who's on the Soyuz. And so, though it's more challenging with only one set of hands, we do have other folks on board who can help us if we really need extra sets of hands. So the way I look at it, though it's not ideal if you have to bring a crew home early, there's no immediate crisis or emergency. We can manage that. We've flown before with 3 crew on board. So we're fortunate that we have flexibility in our training, our operations, and the spacecraft to make some adjustments. But I don't see us doing anything specifically different in the future per se to, like, let's say, have a vehicle on standby or a crew ready. We're pretty flexible and adaptable, and we'll work towards whatever the situation demands.
And with that, we'll head over here.
Thank you so much for this press conference. Lenka White from RIA Novosti. If I may please to Mr. Jarrett, as the new administrator, how is your cooperation with Roscosmos going, and what are the plans for the future? And if I may also, how important is it to incorporate AI into long-distance missions? Thank you.
Sure. Well, I guess to start on the AI point, work backwards from there, it's incredibly important right now. Recently, we did a demonstration with our Perseverance rover on Mars where it was undertaking AI operations like autonomous driving and detection, which is going to be just essential for both robotic and crewed missions in the future. I mean, one, just natural transmission delays, is going to challenge, I think, the historic mission control construct there. But our sensors, especially on these robotic missions, are going to gather so much data now that you're going to want to be able to analyze it, interpret it, and make decisions while you're on mission versus waiting for it to necessarily come back, and also determining what data is necessarily important to send back versus which can be discarded. So I think that you're going to continue to see that. In fact, one of the missions to robotic mission to Venus that we're looking at now may be designed right from the get-go to have AI incorporated into its mission software. In terms of a relationship, with Roscosmos, I think that the Crew 11 situation highlights it at its best, right? I mean, that's a situation where we could bring our astronauts home early, knowing that the relationship as it's constructed with our partners in Russia enable continuous operations of the space station in a relatively safe way. So I think that the design of the International Space Station really had a chance, through its international partners, had a chance to really showcase itself over the last month or so. Yeah.
We'll head over to Will right here.
Hi, excuse me, Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now. Thank you for taking the time. To the administrator, during your remarks with Steve Sisloff, you mentioned earlier today, well, I guess yesterday, that there were a series of mini wet dress rehearsals for the SLS rocket. I wonder if you can go into a little more detail on this particular stage of the testing and if that was able to inform a date for the full next wet dress rehearsal. Thanks.
Sure. So I think we're going to provide additional details on that tomorrow. The teams wanted to have a chance to get together and review the data before taking a position on whether or not we are going to advance to a full wet dress 2 or undertake additional kind of mini tests. This should make a lot of sense, right? On Artemis 1, we were combating hydrogen leaks multiple times on that. We obviously encountered that again on the Artemis 2 wet dress rehearsal. We already communicated through a blog that we replaced some seals, and now we want to do as many tests as we possibly can before stepping into a full wet dress operation again to just gain confidence. We will provide more details tomorrow, at least from some of the early views. We did not see some of the leaks for the portion of the test we were running that at a comparable period during the full Artemis 2 wet dress we did. So it's an early indication, but we'll share more details as we get into it tomorrow. But I think the idea is we will continue to do everything available to gain confidence going into the full wet dress.
We'll head right up here.
Thank you. Sawyer Rosenstein with NSF. A couple of timing questions. In regards to LZ-40, about how long do you expect the booster to still be up there before it's able to be lowered? And can you still launch from 40 if the booster is vertical? And for the ISS side, about how long do you expect to be able to get back up to full speed after docking, kind of to where you were at that Crew 11 pace prior to the return?
I'll go first. Okay. Thank you for the question. This does afford the opportunities for some pretty cool pictures, I would say, if that's what you're thinking. So obviously we want to make sure, as with every one of our operations, that we only step into that operation if we can do so safely. And so that includes all of the safing procedures after a booster lands, making sure that it's able to be approached by personnel and perform the subsequent operations that need to happen to bring it horizontal and bring it into the hangar. Should we need to perform a launch while the vehicle is vertical on the landing zone, we are able to do so. But nominally, the timelines don't look like that would necessarily be required.
I'd say 5 to 7 days is generally the time period of crew handover. They'll actually start doing some work as they're doing some of that handover. So the first 3 days, handover. After that, they'll be packing SpaceX 33 and getting it ready to come home. So give them about a week, and then they'll be up to speed and kind of working at full pace.
We'll head right up here.
Yes, I'm Bert Dicht with the National Space Society, and for Administrator Isaacman and any of the other panels. It's an exciting week here with the Vulcan launch, SpaceX Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon, and with Artemis 2 on the launch pad. While it didn't align, there could have been a chance where you had 2 crewed launches in a matter of days. So hopefully that will happen soon. Just wanted to see what kind of preparations in terms of mission management, infrastructure, human resources in order to make that happen in the future.
Well, this was one of the first things I was briefed on after being sworn into this role is what do we do in a circumstance where we are launching 2 human missions from Kennedy Space Center in short proximity. I mean, everything from 2 different suit-up rooms, which we have available to us here, we were giving consideration to how we would stage our recovery forces for all the various scenarios. And I was thinking, what a great problem to have, right? Now, of course, obviously, we went through the motions, and this is why we kept Crew 12 in a position where they could launch as early as February 11th. Obviously, took today's window, and then we were not going to really target a specific date until after we completed wet dress, and that conflict was alleviated. But it is one that I certainly hope we have with great frequency going forward.
We'll continue over here with Spectrum.
Thank you for taking our questions. Administrator Isaacman, you've been on your own crewed missions in the past, but how did it feel to see the first crewed mission as NASA's new administrator today?
That is a good question. Well, it was obviously wonderful to be back here at Kennedy Space Center and see everything in action from slightly different perspective, for sure. Felt like I might have had the second best seat I could have today as I was going into the operations, but. It was just wonderful to see everything in motion. Felt very privileged to be here alongside an extraordinary team preparing for an excellent mission like Crew 12. So it's great to watch it.
We'll head right up here.
Dmitry Kirsanov of TASS. This is for Administrator, if I may. If I may just press you a bit further on your cooperation with the Russians. What specifically do you have in mind, and do you plan to hold talks with your counterpart, Mr. Bakanov, anytime soon, and perhaps travel to Baikonur?
So I believe everything you just asked is in some degree of work right now. I am certainly planning to attend the next Soyuz launch, crewed Soyuz launch. Good friend that's going to be going up on that mission, so it'd be hard to imagine to miss it. But I know that we're making preparations for a discussion with my counterpart at the earliest opportunity. The space station is going to still be up there for a long time. There's a lot that we need to accomplish together in the years ahead. Certainly a lot of opportunity for good conversation.
And we'll head over here to the back. Yes, yeah, right there.
Thank you so much. Emily Martin from Ciel Espace France. Thank you so much for taking my question. Do you already know who's going to perform the EVA on board? And is Sophie's going to perform one? Thank you.
We are still working on the crew tasking for that, for the 2 EVAs with all of the replans that we did, so we'll get that out.
Maybe just to complement, she's definitely ready, but as Dana said, it will be part of the planning.
We'll go over to you, Marcia.
Hello, Marcia Dunn, Associated Press for Administrator Isaacman. How late into February can you keep dealing with potential fuel leaks and other tests on the pad before you could, you really need to start trying to launch in March? And I've heard the 3rd or the advertised 6th. I mean, what's the earliest in March you can actually launch Artemis 2?
Well, I would say first we have a lot of time ahead of us. I mean, if you think about the last wet dress and the proximity to the opening of the launch window in February, I mean, that was rather condensed compared to the timing we have available now. So we can do a lot of confidence tests as we did yesterday, and I expect we probably will. We could undertake more than one wet dress if necessary. We're going to make absolute most use of the time that we have leading up to the start of the window. You are correct. We are considering if there are earlier opportunities. I think from my perspective, same. Let's get through a good wet dress, and then we can consider what date we may want to target. But that could potentially include the 3rd.
Irene.
Thanks. Irene Klotz with Aviation Week. Jared, there was a report recently that OMB had directed some science funding to either suspend or halt. Can you explain what that is and if that's actually missions or is that some logistics?
So I think I'm aware of what you're referring to. I mean, that was, really incorrect reporting. Very routine correspondence between the CFO office and our various mission directorate and centers as we were gathering information as part of the apportionment process. So I would definitely, anyone who has any questions as it relates to those science missions, to take a look at the NASA official quote that was provided to the reporter, although I don't think they actually included the entirety of it. Makes very clear that there are no missions that are being canceled or terminated. This was entirely an information gathering exercise that has been completely routine. I can tell you any of those quotes that go out before I have an opportunity to review in advance and fully stand behind.
And we have one question in the back over here.
Thank you. Ken Kramer, Space Up Close. Thanks for doing this. It was a spectacular launch. Congratulations to everybody. I'm a scientist, and you just talked about science, and I'm a chemist. I want to ask you about Mars, since you already mentioned Perseverance. She's collecting samples to bring back. It's the best chance to find life beyond Earth. The budget was cut this year. I'd like to know, what is your position on Mars sample return? Are you going to fortify it? Is it going to be a priority, I hope?
Well, I mean, first, just to clarify, I mean, the cancellation of the Mars sample return as it was constructed, predated even this year's budget cycle. The way that was constructed was not economical, nor would it have been really achievable. All that aside, am I interested in getting those samples back? You bet. I mean, I've said it many times. This is an opportunity for what could be the most consequential discovery in human history. And I do believe that Congress made available additional funds in the latest appropriations for us to begin, evaluating various possibilities on how we could potentially retrieve those samples. So it's certainly very early, but we've been given the opportunity to rethink our approach, hopefully be able to do it in a very affordable, and if there is such a thing as an expedited way when you go to Mars and back. So.
And we have a question online from James Dowling-Healy from West Hartford Community Interactive. So we'll go to you, James.
Good morning. James Dowling-Healy, West Hartford Community Interactive. My question is for Administrator Isaacman. Given the launch of this new mission and your robust public relations efforts, will we see the return of any of the paused outreach methods, such as the web version of Spot the Station, This Week at NASA, NASA TV, or any of the archived social media accounts? Thank you.
I mean, we are certainly committed to being as transparent as we possibly can and keeping the public informed of all the exciting, undertakings we have at NASA right now. So I can't necessarily comment on any of the specific avenues you mentioned, and I think it's probably very unlikely that we're bringing back any archived social media accounts. Even if it's a relatively unpopular opinion, I actually think we should be consolidating further and trying to get more quality out than general quantity. I think that's one of the best ways to get the public engaged in our mission. But all that said, I can assure you, whatever and as somebody who is a outside observer for a long time, I'm certainly committed to increasing the rate of information sharing with the interested community.
And it looks like we have one last question in the room, so we'll go over here.
Hi, Aaron Gilchrist with NBC News, and my question to Administrator is actually in the same vein as the one you just got. I'm curious about your message to folks who are not astrophiles, people who maybe got up this morning and saw their first launch ever, or they woke their kids up to see their first launch ever on all the platforms where it was available. What do you say to people to help them understand why these launches, these missions are important, why they are of value to folks who maybe aren't astrophiles?
You know, I mean, it's to me, I guess it's just I have a bias here, but it's just hard to imagine that there are that many people who haven't looked up at the sky at night and wondered what's out there or not. I mean, we here at NASA are leading the greatest, what I think is the greatest adventure in human history, and what we may find, what we could learn, which could have meaningful benefit back here on Earth, as it's proven throughout the entire history of the space program. New technology, economic potential, new sources of energy and power, and just satisfying the curiosity that we all might have. I think that as a society, we invest an awful lot in trying to address, the challenges of the day, the imperfections that are in life, and you can always put a small percentage, as we do, in trying to make progress for the future and to inspire our kids to want to grow up and dream bigger. I think that's what we do here.
NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman speaking earlier today. All right, we talked about the Rays earlier. We heard from their baseball operations folks earlier this week talking about the upcoming season, coming back to the Trop, and some of the product that they're looking to put on the field as the Rays look for hopefully a good season here in 2026.
So Kevin, obviously first workout for pitchers and catchers today, but looked like you had pretty much the whole squad out there. What does it say to have the whole group out here already ready to go?
Yeah, there's certainly an eagerness. You feel it. I mean, a lot of these guys have been out for a week or multiple weeks, and I think with the WBC and the earlier intake of players, I mean, pitchers in today's game are just coming in a little bit more, and then on the position player side, I mean, Cammy, Johnny, those guys, they want to go show well, so they're going to get as many live at bats as possible. But I was really encouraged with everybody that threw today. I had seen, some bullpens. Those are my first live settings, but how can you not be encouraged when, Joe Boyle is pumping 100 miles an hour and Rass is kind of looking where he picked up from last year. So happy with the mindset of the guys for sure.
Shane talked this morning just about the process of the past 2 years and how he's sort of matured through that time. Have you seen any indications of that? I mean, has there been a change in his perspective on his career, on his life, going through that ordeal?
Go ahead. I mean, look, Shane has dealt with a lot, certainly injury related, and then his father's passing, which I believe he talked about today. That's going to change anybody. And talking to Shane and hearing Shane, interacting with him over the last couple of days, I sense almost like a relief of health, positivity. He's enjoying things a little bit more. I don't see the him putting added pressure on himself. I watched his bullpen the other day, and I know Kyle had seen a couple back in Tampa, but it's about as free and easy as, what I recall when he was a healthy pitcher. I think we'll see more, the competition, getting on a live BP setting, pitching in a game out here. It'll be every step for him. 2 years is a long time missed, but he's really, really good, and we're excited to have him and his mindset back.
Okay, I'm talking with Shane, obviously, and the other guys in the rotation. What do you like most about that group? You have obviously new additions, and Steven and as well as Nick coming into as well, Nick Martinez.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think with Rass and Pep, they really pride themselves on making as many starts as possible last year, getting to 30 starts. That was really, really important. So the workload is built up there. With Matt's and Shane in particular, there's going to be some early season managing of their workloads. I don't think we have a plan laid out yet, but we'll have constant fluid conversations with them, with Eric and I and Kyle for sure. And then with a guy like Nick Martinez, who we just signed, this is a guy that has a track record of providing.
All right, so that is what we heard from the Rays as they get ready for another season. You're seeing my water bottle right there. Well, we're out of time here on the Fox 35 News Plus. We've been live streaming with you the last 5 hours. We appreciate you joining us. Going to hand things off to the 407, Marlisa Goldsmith joining you, and then Fox 35 News at 5 right after that. So thanks for joining us. I'll be back here on Monday with more Fox 35 News Plus, because the main thing you need to know, Fox Local, we are live streaming news, weather, and sports around the clock. So thanks for joining us here today, and we'll have more in just a minute.
I'm a Denny Hamlin fan. I am also a Chase Elliott fan as well. So that was interesting to me. Truck racing and clean air. Yes, that's from Ralph on Facebook. We are looking at beautiful conditions for the truck race later on tonight, so hopefully it stays that way. Elaine Tovett writing in from Holbrook, Massachusetts, saying that they are looking forward to Sunday. Yeah, I am too. Especially, again, working near 2 race areas. It was interesting for sure, really kind of getting back into learning about racing, which is pretty cool. So that's what we're looking at over the next 7 days. And for the flamingo being the state bird of Florida, Dan says that it should be an alligator. So good stuff. All right, folks, hope you have a happy Friday. Have a wonderful weekend. Have a happy Valentine's Day as well. So just make sure, again, you're staying safe this weekend. Enjoy the beautiful weather while we have it. And just make sure you're staying good, staying safe out there. It's going to be beautiful, but again, keep an eye out of the skies, especially on Monday for that morning commute if you are heading into the office for President's Day. So just, again, stay aware of that, but it is going to be a little bit stormy as you're heading out the door Monday morning. All right, folks, have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy, and we'll see you same time, same place coming up on Monday, 3:30. Be there, be square. Have a great one.